Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having the fair always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. And the grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen. Amen.
Please administer the oath. Can't hear you. Okay.
I, Didier Felician Shelton Daniel, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Good morning, honorable senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House advising that the following motion and bill were passed in the House of Assembly on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Motions: Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service, and Public Finance Management Act resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure to support the Youth Economy Project. The bill, the Public Debt Management. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bill: Health and Citizen Security Levy Amendment Act. I am also in receipt of correspondence from the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Gender Relations and Sustainable Development, informing her of her unavailability for today's sitting, and therefore I wish to welcome back Senator Didier Shelton Daniel to the Senate. I would also like to thank Archdeacon Glasgow for attending this morning and blessing us with prayers. Senators, I wish to inform that the President of the Senate, Honorable Alvina Reynolds, along with the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly, were invited to attend the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, CPC. The conference, which commenced on September 30th, 2023, and ends on October 6th, 2023, is being held in Accra, Ghana, under the theme, Commonwealth Charter 10 Years On, Values and Principles for Parliaments to Uphold. The CPC offers the prospect of coming together of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's global membership to address the critical issues facing today's parliaments. With the ever-increasing focus on greater scrutiny on parliamentarians and the overall public trust deficit in parliaments, The CPA's annual conference offers the opportunity for members to benefit from professional development, supportive learning, and the sharing of best practice with colleagues from Commonwealth parliaments, together with the participation of leading international organizations. While at the conference, Honorable Senator Reynolds will represent St. Lucia at the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians meeting and the Small Branches Steering Committee meeting. Honorable Madam President sends her warmest greetings to all senators and wishes us good success today. Senators, I am also pleased to inform you that the Honorable Senator Lisa Jawahir was invited to participate in the 7th gathering of Parlamerica's Parliamentary Network on Climate Change and the 15th gathering of Parlamerica's Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality Conference. At this two-day conference, which was held in Mexico from September 28th to September 29th, Senator Jawahir was elected unopposed as the newest Vice President of the Parlamerica's Caribbean's Gender Equality Network. We extend our congratulations. She represented St. Lucia on the panel discussion, Parliamentary Exchange on Sustainable and Gender-Sensitive National Efforts to End Food Insecurity and Poverty. The major focus of her presentation surrounded initiatives and legislation passed by the government of St. Lucia to address the intersection between gender and climate resilience and how food security is impacted. Senator Jawahir is now the first parliamentarian of the OECS ever to hold this position. The Parliament of St. Lucia congratulates her on her successful election and looks forward to her representation of our country on this global stage. Senator Jawahir was accompanied by the Honorable Claudius Francis, Speaker of the House of Assembly, who holds the post of Executive Member of Parlamericas. I think most of us today recognize that we're observing International Teachers' Day. Teachers' Week commenced on the 1st of October 2023 and ends on October 8th, 2023. Unfortunately, I think today we aren't able to wear our uniforms, but I think we are still all present. And looking out, I think most of us have had some experience in the educational, well, I don't say industry, in the educational sector. And I'd like to thank our teachers for the sacrifices that they make and the contribution that they make to the success of our country. I regret to inform that Mr. Norman Shalmine, who we see every time that we sit, a long-serving parliamentary employee, was the victim of a motor vehicle accident over the weekend. Mr. Shalmine is currently admitted to the OKEU hospital. The Parliament of St. Lucia wishes Mr. Shalmine a speedy and full recovery. I wish to congratulate the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, in the celebration of the 112th National Day, which will occur on the 10th of October, 2023. I think we have had long relations with the people of Taiwan. Their contribution to our country is indelible, and therefore we wish them every congratulations and continued success. Octobre, c'est moi héritage créole. Moi voulais souhaiter tout cette lycéen bon fête. À nous célébrer créole Wassin Pepla. I also note the color that is being worn by the members of the government side this morning, which is for breast cancer awareness. October is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and so we wish to take some time to remember the persons who are suffering from this disease and also the persons who are involved in the fight for a cure. We hope that this dreadful and deadly disease will soon become a thing of the past. Announcements and statements from ministers, parliament secretaries. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Permit me, before I proceed to lay the following papers, to join you in extending some kind words to a few persons. First of all, Mr. Shalmine, speedy recovery to him, our dear staff member. I want to join you in congratulating our colleague Senator Lisa Jawahir on achievement as the first ever OECS member of the, not member, but Vice President of the PAL Americas. I want to also join you in congratulating our teachers during the Teachers Week celebration. In fact, today is supposed to be World Teachers Day. I'm always a teacher, and I identify with the struggles, the successes, and the achievements, and the contribution that teachers make to our development and the future of our country. I know that the theme is as follows: the teacher we need for education, for the education we want. The global imperative to reverse the teacher shortage. So I wish all our teachers and educators and stakeholders of education well. I join you also, Mr. Deputy President, in the fight, or acknowledging the fight against breast cancer, as we wear pink today, in solidarity with the Breast Cancer Awareness Movement, this month being Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I also know that yesterday was CSA, Civil Service Solidarity Day, and our civil servants have always formed a very important part of our civilization, and I join them and congratulate them as they celebrate. And finally, Monsieur Deputy, moi vle DOC, moi sala, moi octobre, c'est moi héritage créole, moi t'en nous faire boti morceau en langue mamano, et puis moi vle DOC, nous ka célébrer Kondi, film là, et puis c'est Creole Wasin Pepla, really meaning that the Creole is the root of the people. So I join all the stakeholders, the Folk Research Center, the Ministry of Culture, our various organizations around the country, and the people of St. Lucia as we continue to celebrate Creole heritage. On to the papers to be laid, Mr. Deputy President, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 110 of 2023, Tourism Incentives, Drive Vacation St. Lucia Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 111 of 2023, Tourism Incentives International Pony Club Order. Statutory Instrument number 112 of 2023, Fiscal Incentives, Nationwide Mobile Concrete Suppliers Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 113 of 2023, Fiscal Incentives Nationwide, I read this one, Fiscal Incentives Da Vibes Entertainment Center Order. Statutory Instrument number 114 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Highlands Cove Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument number 115 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, LACMO LLC Link Order. Statutory Instrument number 116 of 2023, Legal Profession Eligibility, Jeffred Jagru Order. Statutory Instrument number 117 of 2023, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, Reconstruction and Rehabilitation of St. Jude Hospital Project. Statutory Instrument number 118 of 2023, Tourism Incentives Villa Jassin Order. Statutory Instrument number 119 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, KM Holdings Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 121 of 2023, National Utilities Regulatory Committee Appeals Tribunal Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 122 of 2023, Price Control Amendment number 13 Order. Statutory Instrument number 123 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 14 Order. Statutory Instrument number 124 of 2023, Legal Profession Eligibility, Stacey Ann Aberdeen Order. Report of the Director of Audit on the financial statements of the Government of St. Lucia for the year ended March 31st, 2011.
Motions. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I wish to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 63(1)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of the government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow the amount of US $9,971,000 from the special funds resources of the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, Special Development Fund, to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service, the loan. And whereas the loan is repayable in 92 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. And whereas the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, or such later date at the bank specifies in writing. And whereas interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $9,971,000 from the special funds resources of the bank's Special Development Fund to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 92 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, that the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years, following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Mr. Deputy President, I wish to provide some further explanation and context to this particular motion with the hope that it will bring some clarity to why we are here to seek the permission of the Parliament to approve that particular venture. Mr. Deputy, we have often heard of the issue of support for our frontline service providers. And this loan specifically targets one of those entities, namely the fire service. As you would have heard from the statement I just read, the loan is really to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service, and the amount is 9.971 million US. Mr. Deputy, the interest rate is 0.075, less than 1% per annum. And that is an interest rate that these days you don't find those negotiated successfully many places. So I want to commend the Prime Minister for being able to negotiate at that rate of less than 1%. There is also a grace period of 3 years, and the loan will be paid over a 20-year period. Mr. Deputy, We must understand why at this time, as we continue to recover from the effects, and we still have COVID with us, let's not make that mistake, it's still around, that our health sector, particularly our first responders, really have been operating under severe pressure. And that was further exposed during the period where the COVID pandemic was really hitting at our country. Oftentimes I encountered persons who work in the fire service, the emergency services, expressing fear, expressing anxiety that they had to go out there when all of us had to remain home with our mask or remain within the confines of our homes, to go out there and do a rescue mission, to save a life, to interact and interface with people who were dying. And at times they were stretched with their resources. We want to ensure as a government that should there be any further occurrence of any such pandemic or any such activity, that we as a country will be better placed to respond. We have to ensure that we build on the resilience of our essential services, that they can respond more efficiently and effectively when we are faced with these kinds of situations. There's often the discussion about the way the police has been treated versus the way the fire service has been treated. And it's not a matter of competition, but the reality seems to have suggested that since entering government, we have been very generous and very supportive of the police in terms of what we've tried to provide. And some other areas, customs, fire service, the nurses, the doctors, they felt in some ways, in their own opinion, that maybe we should be doing likewise. So why is it not a competition? But we acknowledge that all the essential services require support. And so this loan seeks to provide them with a level of support that will make it easier for them to perform their duties. Now, sometime in March of this year, the government was written to, and although it was already known, but some of the issues were raised, and some of them included risk reduction issues. And we are now in October, but the government has decided to respond swiftly. While the consultation was held, the discussions were held, the government has decided that we're going to move forward and secure this finance to assist. And so this resolution here is really to respond emphatically to the issues that were raised in this letter and in the consultations. And let me just highlight some of the issues, Mr. Deputy, that were raised by our essential services. They were concerned about hurricane risk management. And I think that's reasonable to say that if you are concerned about hurricane risk management, it's a legitimate concern, because we know the vulnerability of our country to natural disasters. They were concerned about training, and therefore this loan is going to address hurricane risk management and the rehabilitation of the fire service training facility in Vieux-Fort, and infrastructure works to be done at that center, as well as repairs that are long overdue. So in response, some of the monies from this loan, Mr. Deputy, will be used to do that. Some of the monies will also be used to provide appliances, fire appliances. And may I just list a few. One of them is an aerodrome truck, and that is to support the operations of the airport. And every time I speak about the airport, I get a little nervous, especially the Huanora International Airport, considering the situation with our hospital. So that can only serve as an asset that can support the services that the hospital is supposed to provide. Mr. Deputy President, we are also using some of this money to procure or purchase 4 ambulances. And I'm sure you can appreciate that sometimes over the weekend, when you hear the reports from the fire service of the number of road accidents, the number of incidents that they have to respond to, the number of ambulance calls that the fire service has to respond to, you wonder how they do it. How are they able to respond to over 100 calls in a day or 2 days? And the number of ambulances we have we have always known that need to be increased because they are inadequate. So these 4 ambulances will add to that resource. 5 fire trucks, Mr. Deputy President, will also be secured from that loan, including a crash fire halls, foam equipment, informational technology equipment, ICT, and I think we can all appreciate the need for having that type of resource in the essential services unit. These days, we tend to see a lot of mischief being used, ICT being used to create a lot of mischief and to do things that are not definitely productive or not as productive as they can be for us. But if they're going to incorporate ICT into essential services, I think it would be a very positive move. Mr. Deputy President, there also will be in this loan provisions made for equipment, and I will give you a breakdown in a minute. But I also want to mention that NEMO has expressed concerns in the past about the availability of some of those equipment or those facilities when there is a disaster. In light of the ambulances issue, Mr. Deputy President, I was very pleased to hear on Tuesday, while I sat in the gallery, that the Prime Minister of this country announced that very soon we will not be paying for ambulance fees. Can you imagine, Mr. Deputy President, that there are some people, because they are unable to afford, have to jump in a regular vehicle and make their way to a hospital under conditions that require the proper supervision of medical staff. So I look forward to the day when all you have to do is to call the ambulance and it will show up and you don't have to dig into your pocket to pay a fee. And that is an example of what we do as a government when we say that we put the people first. Mr. Deputy President, in terms of the equipment, I want to highlight that about 7.37 million of that loan will be used for equipment, but that is not all the loan is going to be used for. In addition to the equipment, approximately 230,000 will be used to develop a gender policy and action plan. Now, I know one of the senators sitting here may have a few things to say about that, because she's been very much an advocate for the cause of women, particularly single women and the vulnerable. And when I see in a resolution to borrow money to strengthen and to build the resilience of our essential services, I see there's a provision here for gender policy and action plan. It tells me that the thinking is inclusive and sensitive to the needs of the vulnerable and the needs of all. And so, Mr. Deputy President, I continue, and I notice that there's also provision made for psychological support for the firemen and the firewomen who work on the front line. And that is something we often overlook. I was an educator, I still am, and sometimes we underestimate the impact of shock, trauma, and psychological aftershocks, if you like, when major incidents happen. Mr. Deputy President, firemen and firewomen have to arrive sometimes on the scene, and when all of us cannot look and we turn away and we're afraid and we cannot even deal with what is in front of us, they have to deal with that. And they have families, they have to go home, they have to sleep. And sometimes the debriefing and the psychological support that is required when they have dealt with these traumatic experiences is lacking. And that can cause severe damage to their psyche and to their ability to perform their duties. And I am very pleased to see that part of this loan is going towards psychological support for officers in the front line. Mr. Deputy President, in addition, or to support that, a psychosocial support officer will be employed to support that particular venture through the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Deputy President, in addition, some of this money will be used for the development of an operations manual for the fire service to enhance capacity building. A total of 329 fire officers will be trained, and as we know, since they are specialized officers, they need specialized training and retraining. And therefore, that training is going to help to ensure that they are certified. And if they are certified, they become marketable. And if they are marketable, it means they can work anywhere in the region and anywhere in the world. And so I think this piece of information tells you that we are not only thinking about the physical equipment, but we are thinking about the human aspect of these people and how it can help them not only deal with the difficulties on the job, but help them project and prepare themselves for other opportunities. Mr. Deputy President, there's an allocation there made for maintenance staff, the mechanics. You see, very often we procure equipment, we buy things, some of them very complex and very sophisticated. And as soon as they have a problem, everything stops because there is nobody with the technology, with the expertise, with the parts to maintain them. And so a lot of our productivity in this country, our efficiency is compromised because sometimes what we procure, we cannot maintain. And I'm happy to see that in this resolution there is provision made for service equipment and maintenance staff, so that when we have that equipment operating, that it is maintained and it is always ready to function. The project, the entire project of having this, all of these things done, is due to commence next month, which is in November, and the implementation period is going to take about 3 years to complete in its entirety. And that will be provided, the oversight will be provided by the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of National Security. They will oversee the implementation. It is important that this is noted, Mr. Deputy President, because I am aware that there were times when certain projects that were supposed to be aligned with certain critical ministries, like the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction, which was supposed to be under the supervision of the Ministry of Health, at least infrastructure, and at least, of course, finance, was being managed by a ministry of, economic development, by someone who, I remember the Minister for Health coming into this chamber and saying, I'm just waiting for the keys, not having any idea what's going on in a project that is supposed to be managed by a ministry that she headed. And so this is not happening here. The relevant ministries, the relevant department of government will provide the necessary supervision so that the implementation of this project gets the quality of supervision and oversight that it needs. So, Mr. Deputy President, it is important, therefore, that we note the importance or the significance of that loan. It's not a lot of money by in terms of context. It may look like a meager sum of 9-point-something million, but what it will do is going to be significant and very impactful to help our essential services and our frontline people perform their duties. I want to wish the fire service well. Yes, on Tuesday, senior members of the fire service were in the chamber, and I know, having spoken to a couple of them, how pleased they are that this has come. I think they have said it was long overdue. I look forward to the implementation of this program. I look forward to the impact that it will make positively on the psyche and the functionality of the department and its members. And I look forward to the benefits that it's going to bring to the people of our country, particularly when it comes to healthcare and essential services. So I put it to this chamber to approve for this this motion to be passed and for these funds to be made available for that project. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $9,971,000 from the special funds resources of the bank's Special Development Fund to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 92 equal and approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Honorable Senator Fede.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President. I just want to seek your permission to make a few brief comments on the bill. Mr. President, I want to use this opportunity to begin by thanking our great and hardworking firemen for their unwavering commitment to our country. It is no secret, Mr. President, that our firemen have been on the front line. They are the ones who respond to accidents. They are the ones who have been there during COVID. And I recall my time, Mr. President, at the COVID Command Center, the level of dedication and commitment that I saw from the fire service. We had daily Zoom meetings, and the fire service made up a significant portion of the command center that we had, and their involvement was always one that I remember being very stellar, very firm, very committed, very results oriented. There were action people who got things done. So I really want to say today, Mr. President, that on behalf of the opposition, that we support the firemen and women of this country. We admire them. We salute them for the tremendous work that they continue to do in natural disasters, responding to fires, pandemics, and the like. Mr. President, they have done a tremendous job, and for those firemen that might be watching the Parliament today, we really want to say on behalf of the opposition, we thank you, we salute you, and we are very, very pleased with the level of service that you continue to give St. Lucia. Madam President, as we discuss, and a lot has been said about the plight of the hardworking firemen and women on the job and at work, I also take particular interest in what happens in their lives outside of work. And one of the things that has come to mind is whether they are paid fairly for the level of commitment and the unwavering support that they continue to give our country. I know, Mr. President, so do you, that there is a global inflation problem that's affecting every salary in this country. Whether you're a civil servant, whether you're in the middle class, whether you're poor, or whether you're very wealthy. And to make matters worse, there's just been a 2.5% levy that the government has instituted to fight crime. That to me would have a significant impact on the salaries of firemen and civil servants across the board. And so, based on the social economic review, that a fireman or a hardworking fireman or a firewoman it's going to mean that they're losing 6.4% on every dollar that they would have been paid. So it therefore says to me that we've got to also think, while we're thinking of the psychosocial and all of those, the well-being generally of firemen, I would like to use this platform to advocate for better pay for our hard-working firemen and women in our country. And I thank you for the latitude, Mr. President, because this is very significant as we seek to bring about or doing right and doing justly by a group of professionals that have been extremely stellar for this country. There's no amount of gratitude that we can give to the hardworking men and women of the fire service who continuously and diligently serve our country day in, day out. So when we also examine if the basket of goods that some of our taxes like VAT would have exempted, it would mean that people who are within the range of income within the fire service would also be carted out from the list of exempted items. Usually the rich can pass on those taxes to all of us consumers, and the poor is normally very sheltered by the exemptions. But the fire service officials, people who are at a certain grade in the fire service, who are making what would be considered a middle class salary in this country, that salary has now and is now under severe pressure. And I hope that I get the concurrence of the members opposite, because this is a very important issue as we look at the overall well-being of fire service professionals in our country. Mr. President, I think a commitment to long-term sustainable economic growth will do governments well in being able to better invest in the fire service. I'm sure that the leader of government business, on his private reflection, would realize that, look, I mean, the amount of money that is being borrowed here, it's not going to solve all of the problems that we need within the fire service. And I don't blame the member for that, because really there are so many problems. There are so many fire stations. There are so many trucks that we need. There are so many. We need our ambulance services that was referenced as well. It also leaves a lot to be desired. There's still a number of communities that need to be serviced by ambulances. So I understand that governments have to gradually do things, and you're juggling a lot of expenses. We were in government as well, and we understand that. But so there needs to be a commitment to long-term growth so that we can have more monies, we can raise the taxes in the country, so that we can have more funds to invest adequately into the fire service. So this is a good small step. I don't expect it to change. It's going to go a long way, but I don't expect it to solve all the problems. Neither does, I don't think the leader of government business expects it to solve all the problems. In his own words, he mentioned that, look, I know it's a small amount of money, but it is going to go a long way in addressing a number of the problems that fire service officials are afflicted by. So, look, I want to end, Mr. President, with these few words by again saluting the hard working, the diligence, the commitment, the sacrifices made, the shifts. I know, for example, there are fire officers, Mr. President, who would have to work double shifts to cover sometimes the sick leave and so on. They are making tremendous sacrifices. Some of them are working in posts that are difficult, away from their home, having to journey significant miles to get there. So the plight of a fire service official is one that is requires a lot of sacrifices, that requires a special, unique citizen and patriot. And I just want to use this time, Mr. President, to salute all the hardworking firemen and women within the fire service. And I want to profusely thank them for the great job that they continue to do on behalf of all of us. Our properties are so much safer because we've got fire service officials who can respond. We can call on them in disasters. They were on the front line in the pandemic of COVID. And really, thank you very, very much.
Senator Aziz.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by adding my voice to the commendations to our teachers as they celebrate their day and continue to honor the very important role that they play in fashioning and shaping not only our youth, but tomorrow, our future. And being a former teacher myself, I can attest to some of the challenges that they face on a daily basis. And I want to encourage them today to hold fast and to continue honoring their service and their good work to the country. Let me also wish Mr. Shalmain, who's nursing his injuries, a speedy recovery. Mr. Deputy President, I wish to add my voice in support of the motion for this loan to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service. While I think the promised use of the funding to invest in equipment and appliances, certification and training are quite commendable, I just want to question how often do we assess the existing equipment and the existing appliances within the service to get a sense of it, their shelf life, their depreciation rates, and how we can go about budgeting and more consistently providing, support to the fire service as opposed to wishful one-off loan facilities to provide an injection into their needs. Because I think when one is called and placed into office to make a difference, one should commit to making that difference, but that difference also can't be left to the whims and fancies of a personality. It really should be anchored in our processes and our systems. And I'm hoping that this injection will set the stage for something more consistent as it relates to assessing the function and the lifespan of the needs of the fire service, and that we can continue to provide this support. What pleasures me greatly as it relates to what the funding will be used for, Mr. Deputy President, is the support of the training facility in the South. I think that is highly commendable and perhaps long overdue. The consultancy on the gender policy and action plan, very commendable to my mind, and importantly, the psychosocial support that is being offered. Over the past few months, I've had the distinguished pleasure of working very closely with a team of firemen and women in doing in rolling out a program that was of their creation, but I thought was very novel, unique, and different as it relates to our expectations of what the fire service officers do in the line of duty on a day-to-day basis. And so the team that we worked with, officers are Damien Jabatiste, Dave Showery, Chanel Butcher Solomon, Sandy Monrose, Nadia Showery Noel, Aaron Shalmain, Shane Felix, Cheyenne Chico, and Dwayne Ferdinand. Collectively, they presented the St. Lucia Hospitality and Tourism Association with a very novel and unique project to conduct a summer camp for secondary school students who qualified for it from a number of secondary schools in the south of the island, namely Micoud, Choiseul, Pi, Beanfield, Angers, and Vieux-Fort. And they sought to put these young people, 50 of them, students, into a comprehensive summer skills training program that would have exposed them to skills in team building, conflict resolution, cyberbullying, basic firefighting, first aid, stigma and discrimination, and financial management. And when we received the proposal that was in the tune of about $60,000, I dare say that there was no hesitation on the part of the Hospitality and Tourism Association to collaborate with the fire department to make this a success because we saw it as a pilot that held a promise for something more national and something wider in the future. the very admirable part of the experience was how many of the students were so keen and eager and excited to participate in this program, signaling to me that they may very well have aspirations of joining the fold. And to be able to capture them at such a tender age, being able to expose them to the opportunities within that camp, I think was very, very commendable. I think in that respect, our fire service is evolving to be more than just the institution that it is called for nationally to be, but now that it starts functioning as a community-based type institution that is doing more to engage the community and to build trust with community stakeholders. And so, Mr. Deputy President, very quickly, I just wanted to acknowledge, yes, the tremendous work that firefighters do on a day-to-day basis in the line of duty, but also to single out the other things that they're doing to build trust and enhance relationships with the communities in which they operate, and commend them for their very forward thinking and very novel ideas. I do support the motion before us and trust that within the timeline that it is promised, these interventions are promised, that we will continue to see very dutiful application of this financing. So within the time frame provided, the effect that the loan holds to have on the fire service will materialize. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Senator Shalry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Before I go into the substantive matter for the day, Mr. Deputy President, I want to join you and my colleagues before me in showing appreciation for the teachers of our nation who, under sometimes very trying circumstances, continue to execute to what is expected of them to feed the minds of our young people. And indeed, all of us seated here can well appreciate this, as we are all products of that system and that society, Mr. Deputy President. I want also to acknowledge all of the women who have either fought the fight and won over breast cancer, and the many others who continue to fight the fight, Mr. Deputy President. Over the past recent few years, I've had the unfortunate situation of having to deal with some very close relatives of mine, who some of which have succumbed and others who have fought and won over breast cancer. And so this is an opportunity for me, Mr. Deputy President, to urge our women to get their breast exams done. Early detection is key. There is hope, Mr. Deputy President, but we as women have to take the first step to ensure that we do our regular checks, so that if anything is amiss, that we can get the necessary treatment as early as possible, Mr. Deputy President. I also want to extend congratulations to my colleague Senator Lucia on her achievement. Mr. Deputy President, it speaks of the ability of the youth to chart their own course, Mr. Deputy President. And I am very elated as a young person myself to see other young persons, and especially other young women, Mr. Deputy President, put themselves out there for service, and that the work that they do is recognized amongst not just the local community, but the international community as well, Mr. Deputy President, and they can be recognized for that level of service. So I want to congratulate my colleague Senator, and I want to also place on the record that an achievement for one young person in this country is an achievement for all of us, Mr. Deputy President. Just a few days ago, I heard an individual that we can consider perhaps a veteran politician, a long-standing politician, took a very cheap jab at this very young lady, Mr. President, and made comments to the effect that they had sent a child to do an adult's work, Mr. Deputy President. But this very young person is making strides on the international front, and that is noteworthy. Mr. Deputy President, I now move to the motion before us. A motion to borrow a sum of 9.97 million US from the Special Development Fund loan facility resource of the Caribbean Development Bank for development projects. And this one is specifically geared towards building resilience in the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Deputy President, at a rate of 0.75%, Mr. Deputy President, at a time when it is considered difficult to borrow, at a time when financial resources the world over is considered to be scarce. The government of St. Lucia, under the leadership of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has proven once again, Mr. Deputy President, that the confidence that has been restored in this country is going places, Mr. Deputy President. It was not too long ago, Mr. Deputy President, that I sat right here, and a member on the other side, whilst we were discussing another motion, where it stated that the interest rate was up to 7%, stood on the other side and said, y'all are borrowing at 7% because y'all cannot do better, Mr. Deputy President. But at the last sitting we were here at concessionary rates, and we're here today, Mr. Deputy President, two motions, both of them at a rate of 0.75%. If this is not proof of a prudent government, a government who has been able to put this country back on a sound footing, who now has the international community, the lending agencies have realized that they can trust the processes in this country, Mr. Deputy President. And so we are seeing this concessionary rates, Mr. Deputy President.
That's right.
Mr. Deputy President, I look at, as announced by the Minister of Finance, what these monies will be used for. And in my mind, it is very comprehensive in terms of what it is going to be used for. Mr. Deputy President, we cannot, and the speakers before me I think have highlighted that, we cannot highlight enough how important the men and women and the institution of the St. Lucia Fire Service is to this country. We are a small country. We are a country marred by financial constraints and so many other issues, Mr. Deputy President. And the St. Lucia Fire Service, the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, has continued to prove time and again their contribution in this country, Mr. Deputy President. And if at no other time in our history, during the COVID-19 period, Mr. Deputy President, when many of us were away from work, away from school, comfortable in our abode, but the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service had no choice. By virtue of their vocation, were out there ensuring that persons who, when the calls were made, they were going into these houses, going into these medical facilities, and transporting persons who in some cases had actually been diagnosed with COVID-19, Mr. Deputy President. All of us were scared of it. We isolated our family members, we isolated our friends because of what this virus did and how it spread, Mr. Deputy President. But the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, their best foot were put forward, and they made a lot of things run more smoother within the health sector, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, Wekadi, c'est nom là et c'est madame là a dit dans service papier cette ici nous ni pour catcher et nous ni pour recogniser qualité travail là yo ka fait en dans pays là. Mr. Deputy President, ça n'a dit c'est si pas pièce l'autre coup en dedans l'histoire pays là. Les nous te ka souffert avec virus COVID-19 nous ouais papier cette ici mettez pied yo dehors. Et que tout l'autre monde te ka courir because yo te pay COVID-19. C'est nom là et c'est madame là en service papier cette ici. Yo te en la ouya, yo te en l'hôpital là. Yo te ni soutien en l'air yo et de les nous te commis depuis nous yo te chapé et nous te yo te ni soute blanc yo en l'air yo avec masque l'air yo. Nous pay because nous ça c'est un monde COVID-19 yo ka amassé. But yo pas jamais back down from challenge là because yo point pour mettre ça là c'est qualité service ça là yo te kay bay pays ya. Et même si bagay était difficile difficile, même si condition pas te bien, même si yo te ka complain yo pas teni tout ces équipements yo besoin pour faire travail là, but yo fait ça yo te paye, et ça yo teni pour assurer yo te contribuer pour ça qui te ka fait. Là nous parler about COVID-19 et moi vle mettre en les record Mr. Deputy President, manière moi apprécier ça yo fait, spécialement about ces qualité conditions yo te ka travail. Mr. Deputy President, the St. Lucia Fire Service covers a wide cross-section of the country, 9 fire stations littered all over the country, and so this is not isolated to any one part of the country. Their mission is to provide effective and efficient coverage throughout the island for the protection and preservation of life and property from fires, accidents, floods, dangerous chemicals, and other disasters. If you look at the statistics and the information coming out of the St. Lucia Fire Service, emergency medical services make up about 75% of the business of the service. And we can understand, as I explained before, how much more exacerbated that was during the COVID-19 period. And that put them under a lot of tremendous pressure during that period, like I said, in terms of the strain on resources, because the frequency of ambulance calls were more, and so on. However, some of the things that are noteworthy, Mr. Deputy President, that some of the issues, when you go around and you speak to the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, especially during the period of COVID, a lot of the complaints are that they wish they could have done more during COVID-19. They wish they could have been more efficient when a call comes in on a regular basis as well. When a call comes in that somebody needs to be transported to the hospital or so on, there are times when, just like the police, you hear the complaints that we do not have any ambulance available now. The ambulance from Viewfort has gone down to Choiseul or to another area, and a resident in Viewfort, for example, cannot immediately get service from the fire service to be transported to the hospital because the ambulance has been deployed in another location. Mr. Deputy President, just recently we heard of the unfortunate situation with the ambulance in the Dennery community, where they were transporting an elderly gentleman from the Dennery community to the Dennery hospital, and unfortunately this ambulance ended up in an accident. And I want to place on the record my condolence to the family of the elderly gentleman who was en route to the hospital, who succumbed during the incident, Mr. Deputy President. But that is the reality of what exists in terms of the resources of the fire service. And having had just this one ambulance in Dennery, imagine the calamities that could have happened if right at this moment there was another call for help, Mr. Deputy President. What would have happened? And so it is abundantly clear that there is need to improve the infrastructure of the fire service, to improve the fleet of equipment and ambulances and so on that are available at the fire service to benefit all the people, Mr. Deputy President. And so I applaud this gesture, I support this gesture, because it is really about equipping, it is really about strengthening the fire service so that they can provide a more efficient service as their mandate requires of them. Mr. Deputy President, the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, declared this financial year one with a focus on health and security. And fortunately, the St. Lucia Fire Service falls under both of these categories. And so it is no surprise to me that within this financial year, we are seeing such a motion coming before the House, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, like I said before, there is a need to improve the equipment, there is a need to improve the services that are provided from the level of the fire service. Mr. Deputy President, there are certain things that if we put them into focus, we realize the strategy. We realize that one step leads to another step. So many are out there, and it was hinted here today, in terms of the health and safety levy, for example, health and security levy, for example. Mr. Deputy President, I will always say, I've said it for years, it doesn't matter who is the majority government, I've said it for years, but I believe that those of us who can has to make the necessary sacrifice for country. in February of every year and in December when we celebrate Independence and National Day respectively, we speak of our patriotism, Mr. Deputy President. But I dare say a lot of what we say around these periods are simply lip service that we give to the idea of patriotism. But when the call is made, Mr. Deputy President, for us to put our money and put our actions where our words are concerned, we now start to scream and shout. Not me. I am not going to contribute to the well-being of my fellow man. I can afford this and I can afford that. Zafeko sakipasa fei. And so this is very noteworthy, Mr. Deputy President, how we've cannibalized certain actions of the government that is geared towards assisting a country as a whole. And so it is no surprise then that at this juncture we can now come before the House with a motion to borrow to go towards an institution that is integral in providing or the support service for healthcare and security in this country, Mr. Deputy President. And Mr. Deputy President, you hear the cries of the men and women of the fire service when they have to respond to incidences of whether it's gun violence or so on. They do fear for their lives when they have to do that. And so it is under this background that I'm saying that the fundamental areas that are going to be dealt with under this borrowing, Mr. Deputy President, it is all-encompassing in my opinion. I am not going to tout that it's perfect. I'm not going to say that there are perhaps not other areas of intervention that are required. And I'm not going to stand up here and say it is enough. And we hear this all the time around the table. This is not sufficient. This is not enough. We can do better. We can do more. We know that, Mr. Deputy President, but a step in the right direction is always a good step, Mr. Deputy President. I sat across on this side of the table this morning and I heard the leader of opposition business speak about a salary increase for the firefighters. And Mr. President, if perhaps there comes a time when we need to vote for an increase in salary for the firefighters, just like the teachers, just like the police, just like many other service sectors within this country and workers within this country, of course I will support that, Mr. Deputy President. I will support it. But we need not forget, Mr. Deputy President, that it was this government, under the leadership of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, that approved and paid out to public servants a back pay in the value of $11.5 million, Mr. Deputy President. $11.5 million. Let's not forget. Let's not mislead the people of this country into believing that this government does not care for our public servants, Mr. Deputy President. Say, gouvernement sa qui a siye qui public servants join back pay yo te promet gouvernement gouvernement kan passe yo promet li but yo pa paye, Mr. Deputy President. Abba gouvernement sa c'est la IPE. Nous pas ni pour oublier, Mr. Deputy President, c'est abba gouvernement sa la en avril 2022 service public join an increase of 1%, Mr. Deputy President. Let's not forget it. So let us not stand up and support the notions of people on the other side who want to now try to create some type of discord, try to begin some type of dissension in the public service to make it appear as if this government does not care with the public servants, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I can go on. It is this government just yesterday who gave teachers, both permanent and temporary teachers, an increase of $600 for material allowance, Mr. Deputy President. You know what that says, Mr. Deputy President? It says that this is a government who care about the welfare and the well-being of the people in this country, including the public servants. Mr. Deputy President, gouvernement mêlé about Jean Paysa, Mr. Deputy President. Ça qui a de service public là, ça qui a de service privé, yo mêlé about Jean Paysa, Mr. Deputy President. Et moi moun qui affecté à COVID-19, gouvernement qui a roulé un lot buy a lot cheaper a meal $6, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's a government who cares for the people, Mr. President. And one who comes to the House this week, Mr. Deputy President, to show again, to not just speak about it, but to prove that they care about the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Deputy President. And we know it will not solve all the problems, Mr. Leader of Opposition Business. We know that it will not solve all the problems, but the question is, what did you do? But we are not talking the talk. We are walking the walk. Yes. We are walking the walk. Mr. Deputy President, like I said before, the St. Lucia Fire Service has proven itself as a stellar organization within the confines of St. Lucia. And I want to piggyback a bit. I don't know if the independent senator saw my notes this morning, but I wanted to as well mention how the fire service has evolved in terms of looking at now the areas of corporate social responsibility. And the independent senator mentioned the summer camp that the organization that he's affiliated with, the tourism sector, had the privilege, if I must say, to put in the funding for a summer program that the men and women of the fire service, and he mentioned the names today, sat down and conceptualized, recognizing that as they give service to the country, they need also to be part and parcel of the community. They need to be integrated more deeply in the community. And so they run that summer program, and from all accounts, Mr. Deputy President, it was a program well received. I remember in discussion with members of the fire service, when the program was first conceptualized, it was looking at a much smaller number than 50. But when they received names and numbers from the schools in terms of persons who were interested in being part of that program, they increased it to 50. And of course, it means Mr. Senator Aziz had to find more money in order to ensure that the entire program was funded. And so I want to place on the record, Mr. Deputy President, my thanks on behalf of the people of St. Lucia, the 50 young men and women who took part in that summer program. I want to place on record my thanks to the tourism sector for seeing the need to fund such a program. And it is of course with these collaborations with corporate St. Lucia that we can achieve the mandate of what we want to do in terms of decreasing crime, decreasing indigence, and ensuring that we build holistic men and women who can take this country to the next level in the next few years, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, as I boil down, as I come to an end, I want to indicate, Mr. Deputy President, that there are times we perhaps take actions that we do not realize the implication of our actions until things start to materialize. So whilst the member opposite says that this will not solve all the problems and the government can do this more and that more, Mr. Deputy President, I dare say that there was a time when perhaps, and I'm hoping that I say that very often in this honorable house, Mr. Deputy President, that I hope that this is really an era of reflection, confession, and absolution for the members opposite, Mr. Deputy President. Because I can only imagine what the $5 million we're waiting for the vaccines that never saw the shores or the sun or the sand in St. Lucia, what it could have done for the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Deputy President.
Bring it back.
I wonder, Mr. Deputy President, how many aerodrome trucks and how many hazmat suits and how many new hoses could have been purchased, Mr. Deputy President, with the $7 million that was unceremoniously given away, Mr. Deputy President. Thankfully, we've gotten 2 back, but the balance of the 5 could have been used for the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Deputy President, to improve their fleet of equipment and to improve the service that they provide to this country, Mr. Deputy President. And I long for the day when these monies can come back to sweet St. Lucia, where it can get some good sun and enjoy some good sand, Mr. President, just like the tourists come here to do. And so, Mr. Deputy President, I want to say that whilst the propaganda and the mistruths are being spread on the other side, this government continues to work. We will not be deterred, Mr. Deputy President, by the propaganda and by the mistruths. St. Lucians see, St. Lucians hear, St. Lucians understand. And when you put monies, when you put monies and you put resources into an essential service like the St. Lucia Fire Service, there is no hiding what the money will be used for, because Mr. Deputy President, ladi moun ki kaya bwezan, laisse equipment sa avinisia, le yo amasse phone yo, ek yo kouye service pompier, ek yo di yo ni a moun ki malade, ben yo ni a kaya ledi fe, ek yo we tan te kay point che pompier pour ve kote yo kouye yo pour ve a, ek yo ve plus vite ki possible. Yo ni equipment bagay di d'ambulance sa ki yo sa chen yo jis le yo rouve an di dans l'hôpital. It will be tangible, Mr. Deputy President. The people will feel. They will not just hear and see, they will feel. And they will be able to say, this is where my money was spent. My loved one was able to get to the hospital and was saved because the fire service now has a little more that they can work with, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, the monies will be used for physical infrastructure, capacity building, and noteworthy, the training school in Viewfort. I happen to be from the south, Mr. Deputy President, so I know the area and that space where the training school is. And when you drive past the training school, you may not even realize that this is a space that is being used for such important things like instruction to our fire service men and women, Mr. Deputy President. And it has been used as well, not just for local use, but other regional entities, especially other regional fire service have also used it for training. And so I think it's a step in the right direction, that whilst we furnish the fire service with equipment and other physical resources, that we also continue to build capacity, that we build our human capacity and the human resource within the fire service, Mr. Deputy President. Maintenance is a very important factor, and one of the senators before me did make mention of that. But while sometimes we get equipment, whether it is purchased directly from the government of St. Lucia or you receive it from donor agencies, Mr. Deputy President, a lot of the times you pass around and you see the vehicles, the equipment just packed in a corner, sometimes very, very simple technical issues, but we do not have the prerequisite skills and the know-how to troubleshoot and to fix them. And so I know the fire service does have a maintenance unit, and I think they will be very happy to know that they will also benefit under this intervention, Mr. Deputy President. And of course the psychosocial support. And again, like I indicated, the human capital is also being looked at under this program, and within that is the psychosocial support, Mr. Deputy President. And if I can just piggyback a bit, I mentioned earlier about the incident in Benue, and when things like that happen, for example, and these may be the minor ones, but when things like that happen, knowing as an individual who probably really love what you do, taking a patient to the hospital, and then you end up in that type of calamity where where the patient is in harm, you yourself is in harm. I know the firemen who are involved in that, they're still recuperating from some of the injuries, Mr. Deputy President, but we cannot tame down the mental impact that these things can have on the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service, Mr. Deputy President. And so I think putting this in there as well is a good start. And of course, inclusivity, there is a section that deals solely with gender sensitivity and putting in that gender action plan, and I think that is also commendable, Mr. Deputy President. This government has always indicated that they are an equal opportunity government in terms of the gender, and so we can see some of it coming out in there, Mr. Deputy President. And as I close, I want to again reiterate my support for the motion before us, Mr. Deputy President, and to continue to encourage the men and women of the St. Lucia Fire Service to continue giving of the stellar service that they have been giving to the people of St. Lucia. We appreciate them and we appreciate what they do. I thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Permit me just a little bit, a little leeway to join my voice with that of my Senate colleagues. As you would notice, the government side is wearing a touch of pink. I also noticed that the female senator on the opposition is also wearing pink. And it's a critical point for us where we have seen that many of our women, some who were very dear to me, have not survived incidences of breast cancer. And as Senator Lucia Shalry mentioned that some of them are even battling. It's an urgent call for our women, however young you are, the moment that you are going through puberty stages, we realize that breast cancer develops even at a very early age. And we really want to encourage our women and girls to get their mammograms, to get themselves tested, because early detection can truly save your life or the life of many other persons. I know that the government of St. Lucia has put various initiatives forward, has passed many policies, and has allocated resources to strengthening how we tackle some of these diseases like breast cancer. Mr. President, my intervention will be, albeit very short, is one that I really want to raise as it relates to the government's position now to borrow to facilitate strengthening strengthening the fire service. And I know that leader of government business had already led the way in speaking on behalf of women and my interventions as it relates to gender equality. I noted that in the Prime Minister's presentation, when he spoke on this motion, there's a particular part of the funds that will go towards strengthening gender equality in the fire service. And the reason why I want to harbor on this just for a moment is because I remember a particular example of one of my best friends. She had a situation where during COVID, her fiance, the father of her daughter, really needed an ambulance to be transported to the hospital. And when she made the call, that many of St. Lucians have made that call and been told that there's insufficient support, she's not able to get a member of the fire service to come to her home. The gentleman being maybe about 3 times her size, she had to walk down about 3 flights of stairs, holding his arm over her shoulder to try to get him to the hospital. And of course she had to drive him herself, him having COVID. He did not make it. I'm not saying this is any fault of anyone, but some of these situations we see, Mr. President, has really pushed for our government to provide more resources to these areas. And yes, our government has provided resources to the police force. We know that this tackles crime. We know that this is a measure to be able to strengthen our citizen safety. Yes, the government has passed the health and security levy. We know that this is to strengthen initiatives by the government to be able to tackle citizen safety and security. But the health and security levy will also go to strengthening services in the fire service, in addition to this money that is being borrowed. And so why I brought up COVID, because even with COVID, we saw that many of our women who lost their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they were displaced. They were finding themselves in areas that their work has now become undervalued. And we see the struggles that our women face as it relates to tackling climate change and climate resilience. Now, this does not limit to how it impacts the fire service and their response to disasters and the vulnerability that our country will face, especially as we are in direct line of a possible hurricane. But a major component, Mr. Deputy President, is component 5 that the Prime Minister referred to of institutional strengthening, and it says that provision of consultancy services for development of a gender policy and action plan for the Ministry of Home Affairs, Justice and National Security, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Program. Now, Mr. President, I find it very interesting, and I want to applaud the efforts of the government as they continue to apply a gender lens to the legislations that are being passed. We know that our women, a very vulnerable population, a very vulnerable part of our population, don't have equal access to support. And we know that the fire service does have about 21 female fire service members. Of course, we know the ability of a woman to have that emotional intelligence, that ability to care for more persons. When we see that resources are being allocated and directing towards the women and strengthening their ability, we see that by extension the population, the citizenry will benefit. So I just wanted to make that short intervention, that whilst I see that there are several areas that will impact strengthening of the fire service, I had to stand up and mention that I noted that part of this intervention will support our female fire service members. And of course we have female police officers and the work that they do. As a government, we want to say thank you. And this, as our leader of government business and the senator before me have said, this is just part of our interventions to support the fire service. I cannot go any further and stress that, whilst the previous administration did not see the need to do that, this government is doing it. I think that now that it is being done, we can only see more in the future and more that is to come from this Philip J.P. administration.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. And by the way, I want to thank senators. We've gotten adjusted quite well to referring to the chair. Mr. Deputy, since my last presentation, I noted that the Senator Polius has joined us, so I want to say a special welcome to her. And she's also in solidarity, by what I see, with the breast cancer awareness movement. Quite appropriately, and I think she may have noted that, I may have noted that Senator Stanislaus is not well, so I wish him a speedy recovery. Mr. Deputy President, just a quick response to some of the observations made by our colleagues in this chamber regarding this motion. I want to start, first of all, by acknowledging the presentation made by Senator Aziz, the independent senator. He made a couple of very important observations and, of course, noted where he thought the government was doing the right thing and gave some words of counsel, which we always appreciate. I want to say first that the observation made regarding the maintenance, quite correctly, that there should be some kind of thorough assessment of the equipment so that the approach is more comprehensive, is noted. I want to point out to him that in my presentation, that is why we have ensured that an allocation is made for the maintenance and the not only maintenance space but maintenance personnel, so that we will save on the problems of responding to breakdown of equipment. So I think we have made allocation for that, but I think it's also important that the part about the assessment of these machines and this equipment be done more routinely so that you can detect possible breakdown before it happens. So I thank him for that. I believe that there was evidence of the senator's connection with the people on the ground, and I think it was very heartening to hear of the intervention with the hospitality sector working along with the schools. That can be very inspiring for a young child, and as an educator, sometimes children form the perception or the idea of a career based on the experiences they've been exposed to in school. And some of the prominent doctors, lawyers, mechanics, engineers, farmers, and others that we have in this country would have been inspired somewhere, maybe in school, when somebody visited them and there was a wow factor. So I want to thank the senator and his organizations and his initiatives, and I encourage that all of us in this chamber, find it fit in some way to be able to collaborate with our young people, our schools and institutions, to achieve the objectives of our people, and not only leave it to the chambers where politicians do their job. Madam President, Mr. Deputy, I figured that would happen at some point. Mr. Deputy, I want to just thank the opposition senator. Now, when he stood, I paid attention to his contribution, and he, by and large, gave some support to the motion. I thought when he was about to end and said, I want to end by, I was hoping that it would be, I want to end by saying that I support the resolution. But while in essence, he seemed to have suggested that he was supporting the resolution, but he was cautious that the words "I support" never came out of his mouth. And I look forward to the day when we will present a motion, a bill, a resolution, or any piece of legislation, or any item on the agenda of the St. Lucia Labour Party government, that this opposition will finally find the courage to say, to utter the word "I support," because I remember doing that. The Child Protection Bill was a good example. Standing there and standing up and saying that I support that bill, I support the amendment because it's good. So there were some comments made regarding the public servants should be paid more. Who in this chamber will not agree that all of our public servants should get some more in terms of their salaries and their wages? Will anybody in this chamber not appreciate and encourage that? And so this government is not opposed to it. In fact, our frontline workers, we have found ways to incentivize some of them, especially after the teachers got that nice increase and some other sectors said, but what about us? So we believe that it is important for us to always consider giving our public servants more for their time and paying them better. And as we continue to grow this economy, as we continue to realize surpluses, these negotiating teams will be able to perhaps see a lot more in terms of what the government is doing to increase. So I think the idea of paying more to the public servants is not something that we have any issues with, but we will do so when the resources are available. I also want to remind this chamber that our government has been moving in that direction in the 2 years that we have been in government. We have shown that we are willing to give benefits to our public servants, even those that have perhaps deserved those long before. Mr. Deputy, you might recall the Liat workers and the Majestic workers, that we took care of. People had forgotten about these people. They had dwindled and labored, and they had not received their benefits. And it was in this chamber that the Honorable Prime Minister came and said, we are going to pay these people their benefits, and they have received that. Mr. Deputy President, the pay increase for public servants, that was granted recently. Mr. Deputy, we also had back pay for the teachers. So we understand that whenever our public servants, we can provide something for them, we will. And so it is not just the essential workers. We believe they are very special, but I think all our public servants can do it a little more. Now, having said that, I also want to point out, Mr. Deputy, that when we discuss and talk about workers and their benefits, since the leader of opposition business raised it, it is not only in salaries that you reward a worker. It is not only based on what they take home in their pockets. Sometimes we get carried away with the issue of pay. But it's also equally important to reward workers with the conditions of work. Anytime there is a negotiating team, there are two main issues that are on the table: wages and conditions of work. And it is equally important that even if you give people an increase in their pay, but if their working conditions are not suitable, then they are not happy. And so this motion addresses, to a large extent, the working conditions of our frontline workers. That is why we are repairing the facility in Beaufort. That is why we are providing the psychosocial support. That is why we are doing the training, because we want these officers to be a lot happier at work. So, Mr. Deputy, I just want to wrap up with a very important point. We must note that the St. Lucia Labour Party government is the government that has built the most fire stations in this country. That's a fact. And in the period between 1997 and 2011, we built the Dennery Fire Station, the Miku Fire Station in opposition territory. We can also speak of the Babuno and the Vieux-Fort Fire Station, among others. So fire stations, the entire unit where our fire officers operate, we have built more than anyone. So we believe we are very sensitive to their needs. So I just want to remind the opposition of that. And I want to also say one important thing, Mr. Deputy. You see this money that we are here to borrow today? I want to assure St. Lucians that this money will be repaid. This loan will be repaid. And I want the leader of opposition business, I hope he's listening. He tends to not listen to my response when he asks questions. This money, Mr. Deputy President, through you, the leader of opposition business needs to know that this loan will be repaid through and from the proceeds of the health and security levy. The health and security levy that has, for some reason, become the favorite discussion topic of the opposition. This is the levy that is going to pay for that loan. And so, it is important that we pay attention when there's a strategic move by the government. We know why we're doing what we're doing. This issue of the fire service is a health and security issue. It is. And so the levy this is one of the things is going to be used to pay. We are not going to take another loan to pay that loan. We have seen governments do that. Take a loan and then take another loan to pay that loan.
And pay commission.
And pay. I hear some mention of paying commission on loans taken. We are not into that type of practice. We will not do so. So we are going to use the health and security levy, the 2.5% that has become a talking point of the opposition. We are here to say that this is going to be used to repay that loan. And so there will be no other loan taken to repay that present loan that we are seeking. So I look forward to that. I thank St. Lucians for their understanding while some of those things are not available. And I look forward to that benefit to the frontline workers and to the essential workers of this country. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $9,971,000 from the special funds resources of the bank's Special Development Fund to enhance the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 92 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commenced on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later dates as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loans disbursed and outstanding. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy President, I wish to present the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 63(1)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of US $6,276,000 from the Special Funds Resources of the Caribbean Development Bank, the Special Development Fund to support the Youth Economy Project, the loan. And whereas the loan is repayable in 92 equal or approximately equal or consecutive quarterly installments. And whereas the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas interest is paid at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $6,270,000 from the Special Funds Resources of the Bank's Special Development Fund to support the Youth Economy Project. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 92 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan repayments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Mr. Deputy President, I want to offer some additional explanation with regard to the second motion, which in terms of the conditions of this loan are very similar to the previous motion. But of course the purpose is different. This motion seeks to secure those funds for the youth economy project, or the youth economy concept that our Prime Minister articulated not only on the campaign trail, but delivered on when the Youth Economy Agency was formed and the legislation was passed. So we have had a process. There's a pronouncement on the election campaign. There is a policy statement made in the Prime Minister's budget. There is then legislation passed to establish the legislative framework for the concept. And then there is an agency formed to give a certain level of autonomy and latitude for this concept to be implemented. And now we come to secure funding for the implementation of this concept. So you see, Mr. Deputy President, this is very important, because in governance there are processes that you need to follow, and we follow those processes. We adhere to these principles. No one man just comes and just implement things and imposes things on the people of this country when it comes to our government. We know that we made certain promises and the people have expectations, and so we have to ensure that we go through all the processes, even when the people are anxious and want for us to deliver what we promised. But we will not skip the important steps, processes and principles of good governance in that process. So, Mr. Deputy President, this youth economy agency and this youth economy project really, in my view, is going to revolutionize the entire concept of framework of youth unemployment and the approach to young persons getting involved in productive activity in this country. Too often we have relied on persons waiting or seeking employment from an agency, from a business, from government, looking for a job. I'm out of school, so now I'm looking for a job. I want somebody to employ me. We as a developing country need to be able to create an environment that is enabling, that allows a young man, a young woman, in whatever field of endeavor, whatever their passion, that they can not only seek employment, but create employment for themselves and for other people. Mr. Deputy President, this is why the youth economy seeks to tap into persons' entrepreneurial skills, their passion, their what we call their converting their hobbies into entrepreneurship and their skills into businesses. That is what it is. So any young person in this country without any money, no capital, propriétaire, how do you call it? Yes, is that it? Propriétaire, nenenek pawe, can start from zero and work their way up. And this is a way in which this government intends to help our people in this country not only find employment, but create wealth for themselves. Legitimate wealth. Mind you, Mr. Deputy President. Not like some of what I've heard before. Legitimate wealth that they can account for. They can show where they started and they can build and grow. They can own a business. This is important. In this day and age, most of us have had a history of working for someone or being part of a cooperation. But how many of our St. Lucian folk actually own a business? They own an entity. This is theirs. And they can then generate employment for others. So this youth economy concept is a very serious undertaking. Having mentioned that the rates are concessionary, less than 1%, I want to take you back, Mr. Deputy President, to 2021, where the manifesto of this government was very clear as to what the youth economy was supposed to do. And it was supposed to be based on a two-pronged approach, being able to help people identify their passion and what they want to do, securing loans and grants for that, and also being able to develop their concept through technical skill training, mentorship, as well as marketing and other skills or other competencies that help them to be able to sustain the business. We do not want young people to just venture into corporations or venture into business development opportunities and they have no idea where they're going, there is no guidance, and they get stuck. We don't want them to be making bad investments. And that is why part of this goes towards helping to pay for some of the mentorship, some of the marketing skills, some of the technical support that they will require in being able to develop their indigenous businesses. Mr. Deputy President, I see this initiative enabling us to create wealth in this country, enabling us to bring down the unemployment numbers that have started to come down. We took it from about 40% among youth unemployment when some people were boasting that they were dealing with unemployment. And it is now at a very, we will never be satisfied until we have zero unemployment. Nobody, I would be first to tell you, if we can say we have zero unemployment, that's what all of us want. But it's trending in the right direction, Mr. Deputy President. It's trending downwards, particularly youth unemployment. And so, Mr. Deputy President, the Youth Economy Agency is responsible for executing and managing this program. I heard the leader of opposition business, but I will allow for some time. He'll get the answer to the question very soon. Mr. Deputy President, the Youth Economy Agency was set up, like I said when we started. After the pronouncement, after the legislation, the agency was set up. And it is really to ensure that there is some level of accountability and some level of professionalism in what is happening. And so this intervention that we refer to as the youth economy is a targeted one. It is targeted to a specific section of the population, and they fall between the age of 18 and 35. In fact, there's an international definition of youth, and I remember back in the days when I was in the youth movement, we used to think that people past 30 were not supposed to be considered youth like us. It's only when we saw the definition saying 18 to, I think it was 16 to 35, that we realized some of us, our parents, were still youth while we were still in this movement. And so it's very specific and it's very targeted. It is targeting young people between the ages of 18 and 35. Now one might ask, so what about those people who are not between 18 and 35? This government is inclusive, Mr. Deputy President, and that is being taken care of through the SMME, the Small, Medium and Micro Enterprise Development Project, which again has attracted about $10 million. And so our other section of the population, those who are not 35 and under, can benefit through a similar loan grant facility that is available. And so while we focus in this resolution, we focus on the youth population, the government has put other mechanisms in place to deal with the other section of our population. So, Mr. Deputy President, I can see this initiative benefiting all age groups, or not all age groups, but all persons who desire to endeavor to benefit. So far, I understand that there's over 1,000 applications. There's over 200 approvals. And so it means that the young people out there are actually interested and are applying to access that facility. Of course, the applications have to be reviewed. There has to be certain standards met. They get assistance in doing so. And not everybody will get approval instantly. But over time, we believe that hundreds and hopefully thousands of young people in this country will benefit. Mr. Deputy President, the benefits are widespread. Male and female, both genders. They are sustainable. And there are a number of sectors, in terms of the applications we have noticed, they are coming from a cross-section of sectors in this country. Agriculture, agro-business, we see applications coming in. There are applications coming in from the sports sector, people applying for grants and loans for initiatives that are sports-related. Model music and creative industries. We have applications coming in from the manufacturing sector. Cosmetology. We have applications coming in for the area of ICT, which is critical. We have applications coming in from the area of graphics. The hospitality sector, people who want to get into the hospitality business, set up small businesses. We also have applications coming in, Mr. Deputy, from the area of the blue economy. We are surrounded by water, and it's so heartening that our young people have ideas and initiatives that can tap into that resource. So what it has done, it has caused our young people to look around them and find maybe avenues that they had not otherwise thought they had a chance to survive in, and they can now go for it. They can now come up with a concept, and that concept can be developed, and they can own it. And they can, when their parents don't have land and collateral to go to the bank, they don't have to deal with that. They can get grants. And if it is not sufficient, they can then access small loans to begin. Of course, you're not going to expect them to come and ask for $1 million, but they have a way that they can get started and they can build. And some of those today, Mr. Deputy President, who boast of having some of the biggest business establishments in this country, and some of us think that that's the only set of people who should qualify to lead our country. Ask them where they started. They started small, with small businesses, doing business at a micro level, and then they grew. And our young people in this country must be able to aspire to do likewise. So, Mr. Deputy President, I will wrap up by again emphasizing that these agencies are not just on their own doing what they want. There is oversight that is going to be done through the Ministry of under the Ministry of the Prime Minister's portfolio for the youth economy, supported by the Ministry of Investment and Commerce. We believe, Mr. Deputy President, that every St. Lucian, every single St. Lucian stands to benefit, regardless of your gender, regardless of where you come from in St. Lucia, whether you come from the city or the rural area, whether you are a supporter of the St. Lucia Labour Party or the United Workers' Party, you will be benefiting. Nobody asks you, when you come to the Youth Economy Agency with your concept and your business plan, nobody will ask you who you voted for, or who your parents support. They will acknowledge your application, and it will be considered because you are a citizen of this country, you are a young person, and you deserve an opportunity to own a business. So, Mr. Deputy President, we are not only talking the talk, we are walking the walk. And this resolution seeks to secure the funding to give the youth economy the resources that it needs to execute the programs that our young people come up with. Not things we just impose on them. Not things we have set up for them, whether or not they want to do it. Not just telling them that there's a nice call center you can go and work with, and whatever they tell you to do, you have to do. And then if they don't like you, they just drop you after a few weeks and you're back at zero. And you have no social security, you have nothing to sustain you. This is an initiative where you, as a young person, you own the concept, you own the ideas, you own the business. And when the investment is made, all the profits are yours, and you become a St. Lucian, proud St. Lucian business owner and proud St. Lucian entrepreneur. That is what this government is about. That is why we empower people. That is why we say we put them first, because we understand the importance of helping young people create their own wealth and channeling their own destiny. So I put this before the Senate for its approval for the benefit of our young people of this country. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $6,276,000 from the special funds resources of the bank's Special Development Fund to support the Youth Economy Project. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 92 approximately equal, and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Senator Fede?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listen with much anticipation from the leader of government business on this program, waiting to hear the things that are new, the things that are going to really have a significant impact on young people. And I came to one conclusion, is that the St. Lucia Labour Party administration continues to be big on rhetoric, but very, very small on delivery. Mr. President, the numbers I have garnered from the leader of government's business presentation and that of the Prime Minister in the lower house suggest that out of 1,000 applications that they've received, that they have approved 200 in grants and I guess a blend of loans to young individuals. The total amounted to $1 million. So it meant, Mr. President, that if I took 206 and I divided by the total amounts or the average amount that each company would be receiving, it would mean that the average business is coming out with something like 4,854. Now, Mr. President, I don't need a lecture from any government politician about the importance of small beginnings. All my life I have lived that, I've struggled that. I've come from a family of very limited means. And I haven't had anyone that has given me a silver spoon. So let's get that out of the way. Mr. President, in addition to this though, I want to say that what we are, before I say what I'm going to say, I'm going to also share some other numbers on the youth economy and the youth unemployment rate and how it has moved along the years. In 2015, Mr. President, the youth unemployment rate stood at 41%. In a mere 4 years, it went down 10 points. And this is with a consistent methodology of measuring the unemployment rate, where we use that of the Central Statistics Department. And so without any fuss about youth economy programs, the United Workers' Party government, of which I was proud of, was already making sure that the youth economy of this country was moving at supersonic speed, was already ensuring, and the numbers suggest that, the numbers are very clear, that before COVID, there was such a dynamic economy in this country that young people all over St. Lucia were benefiting. Now, I didn't say that. The report, the Social Economic Review, showed that there has been a significant decline in the unemployment rate. We didn't have to name it the youth economy. We weren't playing politics with the young people's destiny. We were coming out there and we were doing our work to ensure that every single demographic of this country were prospering, and we were generating jobs. We were creating opportunities for small businesses. Mr. President, let me share a few of those opportunities with you that we did. The we recognize that when we assumed government, there was a problem for small businesses to get loans all over the country. SMEs were struggling to get funding. There was the James Belgrave Fund. There was the Small Enterprise Development Unit. There was the Development Bank. And so what we recognize, Mr. President, is that there were constraints for small businesses to get funding. In the case of the Development Bank, one of the problems that they had was that the fact that they were getting their monies from development agencies that had very, very, very tight prerequisites as to how people can qualify. And so, Mr. President, one of the things that we did on 2 occasions, we recognized that financing was necessary, and on 2 different occasions we ensured that whether it was tourism businesses or whether it was general businesses, and the government team can now confirm that under the leadership of the member for Chazelle, Bradley Felix, who was then the Minister of Investment, the Alan Chasney-led cabinet, we placed some $10 million into the Ministry of Commerce, so that on lending to small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, was going to become that much more easier and accessible. In the Ministry of Tourism, I was proud during COVID that the then Minister of Finance and Prime Minister Alan Chasney stood and signed a document of which I was witness to with the CEO of the CARICOM Development Fund, Mr. Roddy Suma, a St. Lucian, whose name would resonate in this chamber. And what we did then, Mr. President, we had a $10 million loan, right? That we made the monies available at the St. Lucia Development Bank so that young people, small businesses can tap those funds. And so, Mr. President, I want to say that when it comes to financing small businesses, businesses for young people, or creating jobs for young people, the record is quite clear. So this whole idea of you needing an agency to administer a $10 million program, because in the budget it says that it's $10 million that the government has allocated for this program. But if you look at the estimates, you would see that nearly 50% of the monies are going to consultants, which is almost $2 million in the program. Then a significant portion is going towards rent and creating this bloated system. So what I'm convinced of is that this program is designed more to do with making sure that the Labour Party and their favorite consultants get jobs, rather than going to the young people of this country. And I make a serious statement about that, because what we need to do is level with the young people of this country by shouting the youth economy, youth economy, youth. Look, I've shown you on 2 occasions. In the cabinet I was part of, we provided 20 million and we didn't create a single consultant or a single job to administer those funds, because we believe that the existing agencies, that the James Belgrave Fund, the Small Enterprise Development Unit at the Ministry of Commerce and Investment at the time, that it was requisite, they had the skills to do it, the St. Lucia Development Bank. And this government, the Prime Minister said that the loans with the Development Bank, I want you to listen to me correctly in his presentation. The loans of the monies at the Development Bank are being processed. So he then asked me, why didn't you use the Development Bank in the first place, that you are using them now? Why do you need to create an agency to bloat this money? If you are going to give $10 million, and you know, Mr. President, $10 million is not a lot. When we look at the quantum of small businesses, $20 million, which the UWP administration presented, is not a lot of money. But you make your small beginnings and you make your investment that much more impotent by going into create this big bloated system. And so the over bureaucratization continues under the Labour Party. And so this really, I'm sorry, by now they would have spent more on admin costs than actual monies to the young people, because out of a $10 million budget, halfway through the financial year, you've only given 10% of the total budget to the young businesses. And 200 businesses, really, we need more, of course we need more, but you are making it more difficult by spending your money badly. The other thing is, one of the things that we recognize that small businesses needed, Mr. President, was that the small businesses in our country needed incentives. And so the fiscal incentives under the Ministry of Commerce were actually adjusted, because the fiscal incentives traditionally only dealt with manufacturers and large business individuals in a number of areas. But by adjusting the fiscal incentives, one of the things that we did, Mr. President, is that we also expanded that for the creative industries, where it's dominated by a lot of young people, a lot of young, small businesses. And the creative sector, we were able to now create an avenue, create a legal framework so that young entertainers, people who want to, in a number of the fields in the creative sector, not just in music and film production and all of those areas, but craft and all of the things that, I mean, if I listen to the leader of government business, it's a carbon copy of what was presented here in the House by the honorable member for Choiseul at the time, when he was the Minister of Investment, because it went to all of those sectors. The other important one that the fiscal incentives then did expand to was health and wellness. And that sector, masseuse therapists, people who were doing nails, beauticians. I heard today cosmetology, and I was like, yeah, nothing new, right? So then I was like, well, there's nothing wrong with one government starting something and another government continuing it, only to call it another thing. And so, Mr. President, while the youth unemployment rate was at 40%, 41% in 2015, it was brought down to pre-COVID levels before COVID affected the economy to 31.6 because of an aggressive economy that sought to create jobs for the young people of this country. I heard the leader of government business said that it's trending, and I asked him, well, what was the number? He couldn't tell me. But you see, Mr. President, I don't deal with rhetoric. I deal with empirical evidence. And unless we are going to govern and we're going to debate and we're going to take positions that are not driven by rhetoric and not embrace empirical evidence, we will be in trouble. And that's why this government is in so much trouble, right? That's why most people in St. Lucia has already dismissed them. Because what has happened, Mr. President, is that they believe in their own rhetoric. They drink their own Kool-Aid. And they believe by shouting, youth economy, youth economy, youth economy, that people are going to believe that they're doing something that has not been done before. It's like village tourism, right? Village tourism, I champion you, all of you, including the SLHTA executive, the independent senator who supports you most of the time, to name one new policy that you have changed in village tourism. Name one successful project. You haven't done anything. But the only thing that you have done is that in the same vein of taking all of the existing programs that existed for the help of young people, you have now captured them all, put them into a basket and call them the youth economy. What's that about? Let's level with the young people. If you go based on the amount of monies that you're actually giving to them, right, those monies are actually pitiful in comparison to what has been done before. Now, incentives were also done in the Fiscal Incentives Act for the IT sector. Now, I heard today graphics and the digital economy. That was done already. The incentives were created in the Ministry of Commerce. Go and revise the fiscal incentive legislation and you would see that under the previous administration that those incentives were done for IT support and people that are starting businesses in the IT sector. Right? It's done. It's nothing new that you're doing. Right? So I was pleased to hear that you're continuing a policy. You've called it something else, but that's really, really great. Professional services. Another service that the Fiscal Incentive Act, I can't remember the year that we made the changes, but the clerk in the Parliament would be very familiar with it, that if any member would like to go and look at the new amendments to the Fiscal Incentive Act sometime in the 2020s, they would see that there has been a complete overhaul of that act, and that was to give support to the professional services. That was to give support to the members of the small business community, the small and medium-sized businesses, to ensure that those people have incentives. The word is that you're bringing a new legislation now, a tourism development bill, which has been around since '98. And under that bill, the policy thrust was already there. The policy document, when we were looking at the establishment of the Village Tourism Agency to make sure that small tourism businesses get incentives. This whole Airbnb argument that we were having when we said, let's have a regulative framework for Airbnbs, for small properties. You took that to mean that we were going to go tax the Airbnb sector. But what we were saying is that, look, the tourism incentives which existed totally abandoned and neglected the idea of the small business concerns of the country to get incentives. You had to have at least enough money to invest in 6 bedrooms. That's how the old legislation defined tourism. And so on the village tourism, what did we do? We continue in the same vein of setting a policy thrust for incentives. We created infrastructure that people can now invest in a lot of business, and I see that the area of the marketing board where we're doing the box park, and that's a project, Madam President, that I go way back with since I was on the board of SLHTA when the benchmarking study was done with the World Bank. What they looked at is we need to put infrastructure to beautify the general area so that young, small entrepreneurs would have an opportunity to now lease those facilities. And so now when you go and you look at the box park at the market, that's between the Massey stores as well as the market. you will see, Mr. President, that we're building the infrastructure so that small businesses can occupy those facilities. That's phase 2 of the rehabilitation of the market. Phase 1 rehabilitated the fortunes of a number of young vendors in the market. The market had not seen any renovation in a very, very, very long time. And so making sure that young and old and all the vendors that are there, that they had the opportunity for an improved facility to do their craft. Financing as well, I've mentioned under the thing. So we had incentives, infrastructure, financing, and mentorship. And we see that this government continue with what we call the Village Tourism Agency. They are now calling it the Community Tourism Agency. But pretty much the same thing to help small entrepreneurs, which are very much most of the time young people who are investing and who find it difficult to meet the infrastructure cost, to meet the financing cost that is necessary for businesses to take place. So, Mr. President, I'm saying to you that what we continuously preside over when debates come up about the youth economy, it's really the naming ceremony. Because what's really to the heart of the matter is that the youth economy has been happening a long time ago. That look, we see the youth unemployment rate has come down significantly. That is because we understood that in order for there to be a dynamic environment for young businesses or businesses owned by young people or small businesses, that there must be a robust economic plan. There must be a strong enabling facility. There must be a very strong enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And so while it may anger some about the 2.5% tax that the government has put in the health and security levy, while it may anger some that we continuously come to the House and to say, look, that if you're going to have a successful youth economy program, that measures like those are going to be an inhibiting force rather than something that complement the development of small businesses. These are measures and policies that are ill-conceived, that are going to affect the ability of small businesses to survive. It is very difficult to have a small business anywhere in the world. It is very competitive. It is very hard for small businesses. And so just by saying, well, we give grants and we did this, no, there's more that needs to go into that. You need to ensure that the economic environment, that when a small business interfaces with a big business, that the environment is fair. So you don't put initiatives in place such as a 2.5% tax to further create a disservice to small businesses, but you create a good legislative framework that will allow for a general and overall business environment so that these businesses can thrive. Otherwise, what this program becomes is an exercise in futility, because there's so much more in the overall and comprehensive economic planning that needs to come into force. And if that is not done, and if that is not addressed, then we're only wasting our time. We're only spinning top in mud. So, Mr. President, yes, I'm sorry. I have to continue to lament that the 2.5% tax is not a good idea for small businesses. It's not a good idea when they are not able to buy things on wholesale. They just don't have the cash to do it, to go and to get best prices against some of their larger competitors. And so we have to create the best enabling environment so that those businesses can thrive. The youth unemployment rate now, which presently stands at 26.9%, We must note, Mr. President, that this is a new methodology. The government has used the ILO methodology rather than the traditional central statistics methodology. It's in your own social economic review. So I see that some government senators are very surprised. But, Mr. President, so that we can enlighten what is happening, it says here that there were two methodologies used, one by the Central Statistics, one by the International Labor Organization. And so while some people are becoming anxious, we can't really compare the 26.9% youth unemployment rate of today to any other year, because the methodology, the way that they have been counting the unemployment rate has changed. But however, for good measure, I will go by the guide of the 16.5 national unemployment rate. That is an inhibiting force for small businesses. In addition to that, Mr. President, you also have a significant problem in the country with underemployment. So at the one hand, you have a high unemployment rate that, if it was calculated at the previous methodology, I don't know what that figure would be, because the box has put out a warning here in the social economic review on page number 110 of the main labor force indicators. It says that the unemployment rate of 2022 cannot be compared to any previous years. So, but what we do know is that in addition to a 16.5% unemployment rate, which the government records here using an ILO methodology, that the overall environment for business is tough. That is a fact. And so why I'm stating all of this, Mr. President, I'm stating all of this to say that the government hasn't started to do the real work. The real work is that for vendors, for small businesses, for graphics, for hairdressers, and all the small businesses we want to work, agro-processing businesses, we need to have customers with spending power. And with such a high unemployment rate, with such a high problem of underemployment in the country, what we find is that that issue is going to be an encumbrance on small businesses, whether they're run by young people, whether they're run by much older people. The economic environment for a long time now, right, has been one where it has not been conducive to business. You speak to a lot of business people, and you know how far they go back to when business used to be good? They go all the way back to green gold. They go all the way back to when the banana industry was doing well. That a lot of people who are still in business, when they compare that, they say that they felt that money was circulating more in our country. So the point I'm trying to make here, the larger point, Mr. President, is that we need to address the problem of income in the country. We need to address the whole issue of unemployment. Yes. Incidentally, Mr. President, I see that Jamaica's unemployment rate is at 4 point something. And I find that to be very admirable. And I wish that one day that we will be able to reduce our unemployment rate just as Jamaica has. But you know something that can be recorded for the success of Jamaica? Jamaica, Mr. President, who obviously in the 80s and the 70s would have had a significant problem with high unemployment levels and their experiment with socialism. We all know that history. And because of the destruction to their economy, what we see is that later years, the political parties in Jamaica came together and they had a vision plan for the country for more than 20 years. I think it was 25 years. And what happened, Mr. President, is that they stuck to the covenants of that vision plan. So when the government comes to me and they say we're doing this and we're doing that, it has to come back to an overall comprehensive vision planning for the country. Where is the vision planning for the country? Now, we have got to make sure, and I know I'm getting ready, that they'll say, oh, you were there for 5 years, what did you do? But I am qualified, Mr. President, to say exactly what I'm saying now. And I'm saying now that the people of St. Lucia voted the United Workers' Party out of office. And the Labour Party is now in office. So I am saying to you that Jamaica's success has been that by sticking to the vision plan as closely as possible, what they have done is that they have seen significant success in their economic destiny, in the economic destiny of their country. So they didn't cower, they didn't abandon very important economic principles and values, whether it was the Jamaica Labour Party, whether it was the PNP government that was in power. They held true to a set of principles. Yes, there was partisan divide. Yes, there was. But their unemployment situation has been allowed to overcome those partisan divides. And today, Jamaica, their unemployment rate is 4 times less than St. Lucia. Now, a lot has been said and continues to be hurled around the chamber about the vaccine money. And I'm preempting the members opposite will say, well, if you didn't give away the $7 million, what would have been done? What could have been done for small businesses? Yeah, I take that argument. But, Mr. President, the individual has given back to the government of St. Lucia over $1 million US, which is about 2.65. That was very early in the administration. This administration has been in office for 2.5 years almost. What have you done to get the money from the people of St. Lucia? But, Mr. President, what I largely suspect is that the Labour Party is not interested in getting the money back. They are interested in allowing the man to keep the money so that they can come to these forums and play politics with the people's money. That is what is happening. So you have now is something, I would say, that you have inherited, right? You've been there for 2.5 years. Tell the country, what have you done to get the money back? And stop complaining. Get the money back. Get the people's money back. You are in government. It shouldn't take you this long to make a phone call to say, where is the rest of the money? And you should have the report. We are not in government. We are not in government. But I see that the individual has extended very good faith by paying back a total of $1 million. And I see $1 million US, which would be about 2-point-something million Eastern Caribbean dollars. So what I want this administration to do is to make sure that so that you can have more money to spend on the youth economy, that you do your work and get those monies back. Now, Mr. President, I want to say to you that anything to support the aspirations of young people in this country, that the United Workers' Party support those principles, and we've been governed by those principles. That's why during our that's why the unemployment rate for young people have come down significantly. When I look at what has happened in the south of the country, that the Labour Party has a political foothold. What we did, Mr. President, and I heard a lot being spoken about that the young people, despite of their political persuasion, that is not a consideration for qualification on the loans. And
Senator Pede, you have 15 minutes left.
Sure, no problem. And so I'm very happy to hear that this program will not discriminate against the political persuasion of various young people. Now, what I want to say is this. The reason when we look at the south of St. Lucia, and when we look at making sure that there was a strong investment strategy to propel businesses in the south, we didn't look at the fact that the Labour Party has won Vieux-Fort South for all the time except twice in the history of St. Lucia's electoral politics. We didn't look at the fact that UWP never won Labrie. We didn't look at the fact that UWP has never won Vieux-Fort North. We went to the south of the island, and what we did, Mr. President, is that we focused on the potential of the south. We focused, we saw the opportunities. We believe, Mr. President, in the old adage that says that Vieux-Fort has an enormous potential to be the new frontier of economic development in the country. We went there, Mr. President, and there was a free zone that was built by the Labour Party administration as in their partnership with the former People's Republic of China. And we ensure, Mr. President, that we aggressively sought investments for the free zone. So much so that while we were there, the free zones at the time that we were in government, they were all filled with call centers, with other businesses, with factories, to make sure that the young people of this country and the people of the South had the greatest opportunity. We did it, Mr. President. We didn't talk about it. We didn't call it the youth economy. We ensured that we went. We saw amazing people, some of the best in the planet. We saw a deepwater harbor. We saw an international airport. We saw great resources. We saw a lot of undeveloped lands in the Vieux-Fort community. And what we did, Mr. President, is that we went in there knowing all of that so that we can propel the economy of the South. Very important, and it must not be. So this whole argument that somehow United Workers' Party was, using people's political persuasion against them, that's ridiculous. I take that apart, right? The fact that it was mentioned here, the lead of government business said that regardless of their political affiliation, and it was said here by you, that regardless of their political affiliation, that people will qualify. Why do you have to say that? That should be a given. That should be the culture of governance. If it was not necessary, I don't think that anybody, but there you go. So Mr. President, I realize you didn't protect me today. And hold
on, I was just about to actually.
Yeah.
I've allowed a lot of crosstalk because it helps encourage the debate, but it is getting a little distracting. So please allow the senator to be heard in silence as much as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. I can deal with it. Mr. President, you have to understand that when a government meets the midway term, and when they look at what they have done and they realize St. Jude's Hospital has not been built, they don't know the cost, they don't have a plan. When you look around the roads of this country, we left them the Millennium Highway, they can't finish it. When you look around, I see, you know what I saw recently? An official of the Labour Party was there at one of their events, asking and pleading to the supporters of the Labour Party to be patient, because this government has been absolutely inefficient, slow, and ineffective. And it is only a matter of time. It is only a matter of time. But time is catching up. You're running out of time. But back to my presentation. I will not, Mr. President. I will not, Mr. President. I will not be distracted from stating loudly that the rhetoric of the Labour Party in the youth economy motion put here and on all of their public announcement, the rhetoric is bigger than the delivery. I will continue to state that. Because, Mr. President, the messages are clear. If it's one thing I blame my government for, is not shouting loud enough, because we actually put a lot more money into small businesses, right? Into small businesses. 20 million, 10 in tourism, 10 in commerce. We did the incentive arrangements for the youth economy. Mr. President, I want to, for emphasis, we instituted infrastructure so that young people can rent shops, and in Ancillary, we even built a hotel, we built a restaurant, so that people can go and rent those facilities, Mr. President. Go to Soufre, see the amazing work we have done there for young businesses to go and rent those facilities.
Senator Daniel?
So infrastructure.
Senator Daniel?
Mr. Deputy President, I did hear the leader of opposition business say we built a hotel.
Now you're standing
So
on
I'm
for one
turning
reason.
the point of seeking clarification, because this is a little perplexing.
Do you yield?
Do you care to just explain to us which hotel you built? Yes.
So, in Ancillary, the village, the waterfront, we had a transformative program for the waterfront of Ancillary as part of the village tourism program. And what we did, you must remember that under the new administration, they opened up the totally redone. It was brand new rebuilt, the fish fry building. And then in Ancillary, there's a restaurant that's completed, and there's a hotel facility that is 90% completed. We built it. Go and see the facility. Completed. So your administration was handed this when we
Mr. Vice President, on a point of order.
A point of order?
Yes, the member is misleading the House. The member initially said that they built a hotel. As far as the people of St. Lucia know, the United Workers' Party did not build one hotel room, Falisa Hotel. Now the member is saying that there's a hotel that is 90% complete. That is absolutely misleading. We have no evidence of that, so it's either the member can provide some documentary evidence to show that, or he retracts that statement. He said that we built a hotel.
Senator Fede, please continue.
So, Mr. President, you see, I told you that I began by saying to you that the SLP administration does not know what it's doing. It hasn't. The parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, where the project was executed, is sitting right there. Now, Mr. President, what I want to say to you is that the bed and breakfast hotel, and I'm going to give more thing. 10 rooms. Okay? The facility was built so that we can allow for someone to rent the facility. The restaurant was built. By the time we got to the 2021 election, all of those facilities were done. When it came to the vending facility, Mr. President, what happened with the vending facility was that all this government had to do was to come and put the electrical wires. That took them a year and a half to do. And if it wasn't for the residents of Ancillary who went on Facebook and criticized them, they would not have known. Now, I have to address something that the senator said when she stood in the point of order. Mr. President, the senator is speaking again Labour Party propaganda when she said the United Workers' Party hasn't built a single hotel. She is misleading the House. If she go to Point Surfing, there is a hotel at Point Surfing that is well advanced in construction. If she go to the if she go to Canals, the Galaxy project. I
Mr.
remember
Vice
being part of
President,
this
Deputy
House.
President, on a point of
Just now,
order.
hold on. Senator Jawa here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The member is now saying that I am misleading the House, that the United Workers' Party did build a hotel. Again, the member needs to tell us what hotel the United Workers' Party built. Because I'm not misleading. Don't come and say, Mr. Vice President, that there was progress or we started. You said you built. Now, in the last administration, the Tourism Authority has absolutely no data to support what the member is saying, so the member needs to refrain from attempting to mislead the House or retract his statement.
Ready, and I'd ask the member to continue. In fact, I think you should move on completely.
So, no, Mr. President, we need to clear up the
No,
evidence.
I accepted what you said, so I'm saying let's please move on.
So
you only
well,
have
I remember
you
in
have
this
5
chamber-
minutes
Yeah, that's
left.
fine. I remember in this chamber, Mr. President, and you know, life is very, very funny. I remember in this chamber, opposition, the then opposition in Lucia Labour Party administration, criticized vehemently the Galaxy project, which is now being constructed and well advanced at Canals in Viewfort. Now, the Labour Party is claiming all of these hotels. They're claiming Point Surfing, they're claiming Harbour Club, and I can tell you that as it relates to Harbour Club, while it was done under a Labour Party administration, in opposition, the now leader of the opposition in his private capacity was very instrumental in getting that investment going. So what are you talking about? So there are going to be governments that will facilitate an investment, bring an investor. The Labour Party announced the Sabri Shah project in Choiseul, right? It then required a United Workers' Party government to come in and to get that project going. But if you want to just take a snapshot of the previous United Workers' Party administration, right, then what are you going to compare it to? If we went back in history, I can name Jalousie, I can name Club Med, I can name a long list. But the problem is, Mr. President, is not just about building a hotel or encouraging someone to have an Airbnb. The problem is how do you manage the destination? And this administration has totally mismanaged the destination. And so if you are a young person and you are looking to invest in the hospitality sector, under the Labour government, the enabling business environment for your young, youth-owned tourism facility is going to be mismanaged, because they've mismanaged the airlift of this country by 13 flights a week we have lost. They are now scampering that if you are now investing in an Airbnb, to tell you that they have increased the flight capacity by adding a bigger aircraft here and there. I am saying to that young person, do not have any confidence in their ability to manage the tourism industry, because they are totally mismanaging it. So I understand. And I'm sure by now that the young people watching this, they would have realized that the rhetoric of the Labour Party when it comes to the youth economy is extremely big. But when it comes to the delivery, it's extremely poor. This is the social economic review, the last one given to me by the government senators on that side. And what their own stats have shown is that 2015, the unemployment rate, 41%. 2019, before COVID hit, it came down significantly 10 points to 31%. So what this showed is that we were working for you, the young people of this country, always to get you jobs, to create an incentive regime, to make sure that there was infrastructure. Yes, there's a hotel built in ancillary, and if this administration does not play politics, you, a young person, can qualify to go to ancillary and to lease the bed and breakfast facility as part of the overall village tourism program. You, the young person in ancillary or anywhere else in St. Lucia, can go to ancillary and rent a restaurant facility that is in the location on the beach of the old community center. Those are all facts. These are all initiatives, solid, concrete initiatives by the United Workers' Party to make sure that we give you, the young people of this country, the very best chance to succeed. It is not going to be just about a grant here and there. It has to be a holistic approach to this. And so that's why, for example, we expanded the fiscal incentives to make sure that you got in professional services concessions, in health and wellness services concessions, in
Senator, that's your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm wrapping up. And in all those areas to make sure that we finance you. I thank you, Mr. President, for your indulgence.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to request leave, Mr. Deputy President, to stand in support of breast cancer awareness. I, being a 5-year breast cancer survivor, I want to encourage my fellow females especially to do your annual mammogram and also take action on any abnormality that you may see. Know your body and take immediate action, because I always reflect on my own experience, and I believe that early detection can save lives. And it was out of early detection on my routine physical I was able to detect a very early cancer that I was able to deal with. So I continue to advocate and to encourage my fellow women to do likewise. I am a bit disturbed because I recall that I was told that at age 40 you should start doing your mammograms. However, I have a young, I would call her a niece, at 26 was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she may be at stage 3 already and is receiving chemotherapy before surgery. So it appears that detection is necessary even before age 40. But I will leave it to the physicians, to the doctors, to advise on it, but also for each individual to really take care of themselves and ensure that they could do what is necessary to reduce the risk of cancer. It is not to say that the men ought not to do the same, because statistics have shown that men have also suffered from breast cancer as well. Mr. Deputy President, I also wish to extend my voice to Mr. Norman Charlemagne, a stalwart in the communication industry, and it is so sad that he suffered from a traffic accident, and I would like to wish him a speedy recovery. I also note that there is a plea on his behalf for blood at the OKEU hospital, and those of us who can do that, I really would like to encourage you to assist. Also, as we celebrate, I would say, Teacher Appreciation Day, I would like to salute the teachers who have shaped me in who I am today. I want to especially single out the principal, my then principal of the Castries Comprehensive School, Dame Lawrence Laurent. On this day, as strict as she was, she assisted in shaping me. Also, my stage 1 teacher, Miss Henny Carter at the Ave Maria School, my standard 4 teacher, Miss Rebecca Megay, and my Montec shorthand teacher, Miss Louise McVeigh. There were many more teachers, but some of them have gone to the great beyond. And so for those who are living, I really want to extend my appreciation to them for what they've done to me. I want to congratulate Senator Lisa Jawair on her election as Vice President of the Parliamentary Pan America's whatever it is. I think Senator Jawair comes with the action orientation and the analytical focus for her to represent St. Lucia on this August body. Mr. Vice President, I stand in support of this motion to borrow the sum of $6,276,000 in support of capital expenditure from the Special Development Fund to support the Youth Economy Project. Mr. Deputy President, who cannot support a loan to assist the youth of this country? Who cannot support a loan that will provide assistance by way of grants, of loans, of capacity building to support youth in transforming their hobbies into entrepreneurship and their skills into business? Mr. Deputy President, the Youth Economy Agency is a unique agency only found in St. Lucia. It is not an agency for youth development only. It is a youth economy that causes youth to develop themselves into entrepreneurs or to prepare themselves for employment. That is different to youth development. And so we have a Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, which is completely different to the Youth Economy Agency. And so, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Deputy President, we see an agency that is transforming lives of young persons. We see an agency that has human beings. We need to humanize the Youth Economy Agency so that we don't scatter ourselves all over the place talking about built hotels and building and 90% complete. The Youth Economy Agency, Mr. Deputy President, assists young human beings. We'll want to look at unemployment figures and say ILO versus Statistics Department and so on. But at the end of the day, the touching of lives of young people is really what matters. And Mr. Deputy President, the very same youth who some claim got assistance and is not novel and so on, were the very same youth that came out on July 26, 2021 and rejected what they got. These are the youth. But the youth also, those who are benefiting and will benefit from the youth economy will speak again when the next bell is rung. So crying for the youth right now, the youth don't want cries. The youth want people to come and apologize for how they were treated during the period 2016 to 2021. It is time we stop believing that the 43%ers exist. Because the 43%ers are the ones who are out there listening and in some cases laughing at what they hear on the other side because it sounds so much like a joke. So $10 million was given for SMMEs or MSMEs and so on. They didn't feel it. That is why they rejected it. But an agency now that will target or is targeting people who are not, young people who are not as academically inclined. You know, when we grew up, Mr. Deputy President, your parents told you, you must learn for you to be a lawyer, for you to be a doctor, for you to be a police officer, for you to be a teacher. But now the young people are looking at their hobbies. As a parent, I myself could not understand when my 22-year-old son says, "Mommy, I want to go into fitness. I want to be a personal trainer," and went online and did courses on personal training and is now training people. So I said, "But why don't you stick to engineering?" He says, "Mommy, that's what I love." These are the hobbies that are being transformed into entrepreneurship. These are the young people. The young people have a kind of brain now that they will look at different things. There was a little fair at the Leclerc playing field, and you had young people putting cheesecake on a lollipop stick. Think of the creativity of these young minds. That is what the government of St. Lucia is supporting. This is what the Youth Economy Agency is about. Mr. Deputy President, I just came from Dallas, where the Beaufort Foundation put on the 5th annual Red Tie Gala in honor of my deceased son. And you know who provided the entertainment in Dallas? Our groovy soca monarch, Arthur Ale, and Mr. Alden Elmo Noville, a young musician who plays the ukulele. I was so proud to present these young people to the patrons of the gala, to show them what we can produce in St. Lucia. I know for sure that Mr. Elmo got support from the Youth Economy Agency. Where would he have gotten it before? Mr. Deputy President, I listened to our acclaimed musician, Boo Hinkson, and he said, as a musician, it was difficult to take his CDs to the bank, to transform it into collateral to get loans. The youth economy is looking at these very same young people who are going into music and sports and fitness and digital media and all of these things, and assisting them by way of grants and loans to grow their business. This is the Youth Economy Agency. Who can cry for that, Mr. Deputy President? For the past 6 months, here's what the Youth Economy Agency has done. They have trained 92 young persons in the north and south of the island in business planning, and there is another cohort of an additional 60 young people who will be trained by year end. First thing, foundation, business planning. How to plan your business, how to develop a proper business plan. Because yes, people may have ideas, but it's not all ideas that may be transformed into sustainable business. And so the youth economy is preparing these young people to have solid businesses. Again, the Beaufort Foundation put on what is called the BJ Yes program, the Beaufort Youth Exploring Skills. And this year, we trained 160 young people at the National Skills Development Center, NSDC, in bread, cake, and pastry making, in sound engineering, in digital media, in hair design and cosmetology, and in nail art. I heard some people saying cosmetology is not new. But you know what it meant, Mr. Deputy President? The training manager of the NSDC said, one of the young men, and this is our third year that we're putting on that training program, one of the young men who was trained in barbering last year is now renting a chair at a barber. Okay? So it is not just cosmetology. Now ask us, ladies, when we have to go to a function, how important it is for us to do some makeup, do a little transformation of our face, do a little nails, get our hair done. A lot of young ladies now are going into natural hairstyles. We need people to braid them. So cosmetology, going to take cosmetology and say this is not new. Some skill that can cause people to get into their own business, open a little, put a little chair in front of their house and help people. Let us look nice as young people. Every single man wants a barber, unless you Rasta. So if we get someone who can be trained in barbering and a young person rent a chair at a barber, you're going to say that the Youth Economy Agency is just, cosmetology, it's nothing new, right? It's nothing new. But the unemployment figures that we're looking at, and we want to argue whether it's ILO or Statistics Department figures, you will see these figures coming down very soon. Because when the youth economy takes off and our young people start to get into employment, you will see they get into Jamaica figures. You want to look for Jamaica figures? You're going to compare Little St. Lucia with Big Jamaica and look for 4%. You will see 4% very soon. Because at the rate the government is doing, the comprehensive plan of the government, you will see unemployment figures going down. But we will come to the crying and we'll tell you why you have to cry for people, not us. You must cry for what you have inflicted on the people of St. Lucia. Zagle shift goalpost. Look at mutual money po shift goalpost la. Mr. Deputy President, the Youth Economy Agency just completed training of 28 young people in digital marketing, an essential component of business planning. Now you have social media, so it is less expensive to reach the target market, okay, using digital media. The attention that is paid to the youth economy demonstrates the government's confidence in the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Deputy President, it also shows the ability of our young business people to provide support to each other through networking and through linkages. So, to denounce the youth economy as if it's nothing new and whatever, all what you have said, you did for the youth of St. Lucia. The youth still rejected your party. We fooled them and they listened because they know who was credible. They know who was credible. So go and have all your town hall meetings and build the town hall meetings, Mr. Deputy President, on a whole set of mistruths and untruths, and come and cry for the 2.5 levy that the people of St. Lucia has accepted as a necessity in order for us to get better treatment at the OKEU and St. Jude Hospital. That is what we have to watch, Mr. Deputy President. The very same people of St. Lucia who we want to cry for, telling us, may si nou bouizwe, pli bob sate, no ni pou pay. Where in the world you going and you're not paying tax? These very same people who want to cry for the people of St. Lucia will go to New York and pay 8% sales tax. Will go to Jamaica and Trinidad and these places and pay a kind of big taxes, 17.5% VAT in Barbados. We'll go over there and we'll do it. We go over to Barbados to get a visa and we must stop at Chafet on the airport and pay that 17.5%. So a 2.5% levy, you want to cry for the people of St. Lucia, but I'll tell you what the people want to cry for. I will tell you what the people want to cry for. So, Mr. Deputy President, right now, well, since the youth economy opened, the agency opened only 6 months ago, they've gotten over 1,000 applications for grants and loans. And you know what? They have already disbursed 206 of these. Some who want to call the Prime Minister's middle name, their people benefit. Okay? A lot of those who they're shouting, their children benefiting. But we want to come and cry down. Like one of our senators said, no one asking you, who is your father, who is your mother, who is your nenen, who is your power. You know what happened 2016 to 2021? You can have a great-grand aunt who wore a red shirt. Upaka job, you can fire. Okay? You could have been the most astute public officer because of a perception that you did not support the government. You were fired. Your contract was not renewed. This is not happening in the youth economy. Every young person who comes before them, they give them advice. They train them and they'll give them grants and loans if their applications are successful. It is not to say that any application that comes will be approved, but they will look through it and ensure that you have a sound business plan. To date, they've disbursed $1 million and we want to calculate the $1 million. But in 6 months, people have benefited. Young people have benefited. And you can go around and you can interview the people. You look on Facebook and you see their happy faces for what they have received from the Youth Economy Agency. And so a loan of $6 million more to support the youth economy is one that every St. Lucian ought to support. But when you listen to the rhetoric of the opposite side and you hear cries, you have a loan that you're going to take of 0.75%, Mr. Deputy President, 0.75%. Mettez ça poué, loan la yo te pran pour Uranora Airport. 5% interest, et you can pay contractor a lot, 8% en lesa. 13% interest. Put that alongside a 0.75% interest. Less than 1% interest for a loan to help the young people of St. Lucia. And you know what, Mr. Deputy President? I want to explain to this House the difference between a CDB loan, its disbursement, and some loans we heard about where disbursement went straight to a contractor. Mr. Deputy President, when the Caribbean Development Bank gives a loan, the money is in the Caribbean Development Bank. As you draw down from the loan, just like any commercial bank, the Caribbean Development Bank writes the disbursement and gives the funds. I hear some people want to say loans at the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank holding the money and whatever. As long as the loan is approved, it is considered that it is in the consolidated fund. It's not getting lost there, Mr. Deputy President. It's there, it's on the books. But you draw down on it through payment certificates. Now if it's a construction loan, that construction loan, again, it stays at the Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank. And if it's the Ministry of Infrastructure that is the executing agency, as the contractor does the various phases, there is another party called a consultant who certifies these payments, and that certification process is not automatic. A contractor can say, I laid 10 meters of asphalt. The consultant does his verification and he says it was 8 meters of asphalt that was laid. And therefore he certifies payment for the 8 meters of asphalt. So after all of these certifications are done, then he issues that payment certificate to say that I have examined the work that was done by X contractor and he should be paid that amount of money, which the executing agency signs off on and sends it to the Caribbean Development Bank, who pays the contractor directly. And so whatever that is drawn down at the end of the project is what the government of St. Lucia pays. So it is possible to have a $20 million loan, but at the end of the project, you've only spent 18 million. So your repayments are on the basis of the 18 million. That is accountability. That is transparency. Now you put that alongside a loan agreement that you saw where a contractor is already named and the whole money go in his bank account. I don't even want to say where. Who certifies the payments? Who draws down on the loan if it's in his bank account already? How you know what is paid, what is not paid? No accountability, no transparency. That is why we have a 2.5% levy, because all of these monies that cannot be accounted for, we have something called opportunity cost. Had we gotten these monies today, we would have been in a better position. We would not be crying today. We would be smiling, because the hundreds of millions of dollars that were squandered would have been on the books in the consolidated fund, not lost. They would not have been lost in a consolidated fund. How dare you take a creature of the Constitution and say that it would have been lost? How dare you? But it's the same way. There was no deputy speaker. You don't need a deputy speaker. Disregard the Constitution. You disregard it for the consolidated fund. You disregard it for the deputy speaker. You disregarded for the vaccines. You have in the Finance Act a clause which says that you cannot give 100% of an advance payment. You can only give 10% of an advance payment, Mr. Deputy President. The Finance Act says so, and you have people giving 100% to someone who has nothing to do with vaccines. The Ministry of Health negotiated a COVAX mechanism for vaccines. Tout le monde te kahen anti AstraZeneca. Mas ap kalte vaccine nou te kay jwen. Mais si bon Dieu nou pa hen vaccine sa ou sa. Mr. Deputy President, I thank God we did not get these vaccines. Because to buy vaccine from an entertainer, cement producer, messieurs, so you take a fair no? Huh? All I am asking, Mr. Deputy President, is that our money, the money which belongs to the people of St. Lucia, to the taxpayers of St. Lucia, who they believe need more salary, more this, more that, bring my vaccine money back. Pas di mwen se moun nan bon la place ni pou paye 2.5% levy. Ek ou ni $7 million d'or toujou. Ek ou ka di you get $1 million already. So what? Huh? That is the callous nature in which we treat our tax money? Huh? No, Mr. Deputy President. Bring the money back. So, Mr. Deputy President, what I see is, through the Youth Economy Agency, is government's interest in securing our future generations, our children, our young people. Because sometimes as a parent, I get scared, wondering what the future will bring for my children. But I'm happy that they have an avenue with the Youth Economy Agency. And I'd like to see what is happening, training them, building capacity, coaching them, mentoring them, and an avenue to give them a little grant, $3,000 to $5,000 grant. I remember when I worked in the Ministry of Commerce in 2003. That will say how old I am. There was a gentleman who had a little cart selling hot dogs by the old Ministry of Education building there. And he came to the Ministry of Commerce and he asked whether he could get assistance to buy a hot dog cart. At the time, the bill he brought was $2,000 to have a hot dog cart so he can sell his hot dog by the ministry. But at the time, there was no avenue, there was no allocation for us to assist. The Youth Economy Agency is open, and I am sure that gentleman will not be young anymore, 20 years ago, but others who have that sort of idea can go to the youth economy and get assistance for them to open little businesses like that. You wonder, Mr. Deputy President, you walk around just Castries there and you see some young people who selling akis, who selling used textbooks, people doing different things. You go to the Taste of St. Lucia shop in Point Seraphine, you see little earrings being done. Young people who doing them, you know. Nice, the Journée Creole earrings as we get into Journée Creole this month. I see you wearing your plaid already, Mr. Deputy President. Our ladies they can get earrings from the Taste of St. Lucia shop. These are ideas. These are ideas that are being turned into businesses, thriving businesses. I was so proud because Export St. Lucia put on...
Senator Joe, you have 10 minutes left.
Yes, that's fine. before St. Lucia put on an exhibition at the Red Tie Gala in Dallas, and you should see the St. Lucia products that were on display. Now, mind you, they came to display products, but I could tell you at the end of the going away, and they bought the things that were on display. Sea moss, earrings, coffee, rums, all of the various products, nice clutch bags and different things, bow ties made with madras and these things. That's what the youth economy is about. Don't cry it down. Don't make it look like it's nothing, that, you know, cosmetology is nothing new. It is new, because you know why? Before we were training people in cosmetology, but we did not have the thrust to business enterprise. A lot of what we did, I went to Castries Comprehensive School, and one of the things I did was sewing. But sewing for me was just sewing for me, my own self. Now the thrust is you can sew for other people to make money. That's what it is. That's why it is called the youth economy. Building enterprise. That's what it is. So, Madam President, Vice President, my apologies. I want us to remember when some people spoke about building 10 schools for whom? Not for the people of St. Lucia, but for their wives. Let's cry. Let's start to cry. When $32 million was given to Lockerbie to plant plastic grass, come and show us in our beautiful climate how to take out the natural grass that God has given us and put plastic grass in its place. And it cost the people of St. Lucia $32 million. Anuhele baisa. Anuhele. Pula yote by Ernst & Young. Ekpomandu. Ka acquire hotel to Patu. Up to now, we don't know what's going into the hotels. See the squandering that was done. Anuhele pusa. Se sanu nipuhele pu. A box that they put on the St. Jude compound costing $118 million, when a report that they commissioned told them that they needed $100 million to finish the existing structures. By now the people of St. Jude would have been laying peacefully in a new structure. But we spent $118 million. We spent money to build a road, to divert a road for a horse track. Mr. Deputy President, I heard the leader of government business talk about the Millennium Highway. Mr. Leader of opposition business. My apologies, Mr. Leader of Government Business. I should not be making a mistake like that. But the Millennium Highway project that is in a mess today was started, the contract was awarded by the former administration when they knew full well that the contractor did not have the financial capacity to do the project. I could have told them so, having experience in the Department of Infrastructure, because one of the criteria that you use for evaluating tenders is financial capacity. Now, Semunalaka strike, the road in a mess, that was started under the former administration. And we've seen, based on a lot of the instructions that were given for preferred contractors or selected contractors, why we have that mess down there. So to come now and say, oh, the Millennium Highway started and you cannot finish it. But the government can't finish it in its current state because its foundation was not solid. The foundation on which the decision was made to award the contract was flawed. We knew that. That is why the government is straddled with it. It is time that the government makes a decision on the Millennium Highway. Remember, Mr. Deputy President, we came right here and we had to approve a guarantee for the OKEU hospital, for the management now to repay $24 million at OKEU. Puke man vinila pudi yoka transfer from VH to OKEU. That's money that was squandered. So when we go to the town hall meetings, when they go to the town hall meetings, we need to tell the people of St. Lucia the truth. What about the 2,000 pounds a night? Abodi. But, Mr. Deputy President, there is hope. And I want to tell the people of St. Lucia that for the last 2 years, we have seen the difference already under the leadership of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre. Nuhaka wekletea, nuka we manye, ika lead this country. And we know that in the years to come, we will see it even better. Look at what he's done. He is tackling every single sector of our economy. Our youth, our fire officers, our police officers, our civil servants, our pensioners, our teachers, our nurses, every single sector. A scholarship for every household. From all different areas. So there is hope. There is hope in the administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party. The people of St. Lucia will be seeing a new horizon. We have already started to see it. Okay? So the one nickel, that nickel 2.5%, really. Just at least we sakika hele puyo for the 2.5%. They are laughing at you. Stop the narrative. Change the narrative. Right? Listen to the news. I see one television station saying the POV. Me POV apa memni fijai. The POV have no faces. Oh, the people speak to the POV. No faces being shown on the POV. But you flip to another station and you're hearing the HTS people. They're going by the market there to speak to the people. They're going down to View Fort. Your castry. Your 2x2 can interview moon. Ek you can wear moon kinifi jai ka weapon. Ek di. They have no problem with the 2.5% levy. All the people are asking for is accountability, is transparency, and putting people in St. Lucia first. And that is what we get from the current administration under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre. I thank you.
Senator Shari.
Mr. Deputy President, when I walked in here this morning, I had one intention: to speak on the first motion to do with the borrowing to support resilience in the fire service. And the reason is because I felt that the idea of the youth economy has been around. It was on the campaign trail. It has been materialized into the opening and official launch of a youth economy agency. We've seen on the television, on social media, the programs and the deliverables of the youth economy agency. And so I was of perhaps the naive belief that something like that has not been enclosed in a chamber, whatever has been done or whatever is being done is there for the world to see. To the point where the Caribbean Development Bank and other regional agencies And I have heard the Honorable Prime Minister at many, many forums which he attends and where he addresses the gathering, speak of the youth economy. And I have heard the feedback and I have heard the applause from regional entities. Applaud this initiative, Mr. Deputy President. And so I was of the belief, as St. Lucians who are seeing the tangible deliverables of this project of a youth economy agency, you expected that when you come into this chamber to approve or to ask for the approval of the House for a motion which will help support and therefore expand or increase or enlarge such an initiative, that it would be met with happy choruses, Mr. Deputy President. But instead, we get the usual. We get the usual. Moi l'évêque moi apprendre les cheval changer mettre, il change pas. That's what I learned growing up, Mr. Deputy President. And this is exactly what is going on here. Except the horseman who fell off the horse would not know that the horse is changing strides. Because he's off the horse, Mr. Deputy President. And so they cannot relate. And so they come here and they posture. And when the camera is not watching, they say things for people to believe it's something different, in an attempt to mislead the people of this nation, Mr. Deputy President. But the evidence does not lie. The evidence does not lie, Mr. Deputy President, because if you walk the length and the breadth of St. Lucia and you ask the young people who have directly benefited from the Youth Economy Agency, they're not singing from the hymnal on the other side. The songs that are being sung on the other side, the young people who have directly benefited from this agency, they're not singing from that hymn book, they're not singing from that song sheet. Mr. Deputy President, I have a friend of mine who owns a business in Viewfort where she does printing and she prepares business cards and she writes proposals and she types SBAs and so on. She was significantly impacted during the COVID-19 period to the point where she had to close the business in the place where she rented in Viewfort, and she now operates from her home. But guess what? When she purchased the equipment for that small business, I sat on her loan as a member of the board at a credit union. But you know why she came to the credit union for the loan, Mr. Deputy President? It's because she had done the SLDBs and she had done the Bell funds. She got the business registered and there were stumbling blocks all along the way. As a very, very close friend of mine, I too assisted her to start up the first few little documents and so on that she had to pay the stamps and so on. I assisted her. The firstborn of a mother of 3 with 2 younger brothers, to see through at secondary school. She was the hope for that family. But she was turned down at almost every avenue. You know why? She didn't have nenen, she didn't have power, she didn't have teeth, she didn't have money in the bank, she did not have collateral. And so she was turned down. Until as a family, she is related in terms of family as well, we were able to patch up to be able to put on her shares at the credit union so she could have gotten a loan at the credit union. But the story didn't stop there, because when COVID-19 hit and she went to the credit union to get a, a moratorium on her loan. That's how she attempted to survive during COVID-19. But the landlord was asking for the rent, this was asking for the payments, and she had to close down shop. However, had the youth economy existed at the time, and perhaps she would have been the recipient of a grant, if I take any moratorium, make waiver from credit union, Mr. Deputy President, today the business would probably be striving a little more. Unfortunately, she's past the age of 35. And so we've been having discussions about her putting her thing back together and probably applying under the MSME with the Ministry of Commerce to get that additional support, to give her that boost to go back out there. But this is a family, Mr. Deputy President, a family that would have benefited directly from a program like this. So I'm not standing on a pedestal somewhere talking about this as if it's something I cannot relate to. I can relate to it because I know the young people. I know them. Mr. Deputy President, why don't the leader of government business go around the country and ask persons of opposition business, people like Tanzania, Matre, of Safi Tours in Soufre, people like Kenya Alexander, of Keken Tricks in Beaufort North, one of the constituencies who got no resources under the last administration. You know why? Because Beaufort North did not buy into the philosophy of the United Workers' Party. So we got nothing. But this young lady from Beaufort North now got assistance from the youth economy. She has a thriving food business. And I see her so often doing a training here, training there, improving her human capacity so that she can provide to her customers in a more professional setting. That is what the youth economy has been doing, Mr. Deputy President. As Jocelyn John, who just a few days ago posted her certificate of Jocelyn's Beauty Day Spa, and read the comments under this post, they're encouraging people to go to the Youth Economy Agency to get assistance, Mr. Deputy President. Ask Yasma Vanel. Again, the evidence is there. Ask Mr. Jurgen Montoot, who says that the year grant will be very impactful for my business. That's the feedback. That's the feedback, Mr. Deputy President. Papa, you just can't do bootleg, you just can't buy a cody, you just let package a buy, ko a bobo, just buy money in bell ice dinner lay, ek bobo a membuile no kuve. That's not what it is, you know. It's real, it's tangible. The young people of St. Lucia are speaking out and they're speaking up because they are seeing the benefits, they're feeling the benefits, they know the benefits, Mr. Deputy President. It hurts my heart when I hear people try to water it down and make it look as if it's nothing. Are they listening? Do they know the young people? Are they seeing the stories? Are they hearing the stories? I implore the members opposite, I implore the leader of opposition business to go in the communities and find the young people, so read the anecdotes, ask them the questions, report on the findings that you're finding. Don't come here and try to mislead and say mistruths about the reality of what is on the ground. It's on the ground. Look away. Look away. We've seen it and we're feeling it. Mr. Deputy President, in usual style, the leader of government business will pull some statistics fast here, fast there. So, sorry, I apologize profusely, leader. You know, I should not do that because apparently it appears that I'm shifting the goalpost there. I should not do that. I should not do that.
Round to square.
Youth unemployment in Jamaica, and he talked about that it's now 14%. It's true, 2020-22, 14%, but it didn't happen overnight like he indicated. So my question is, at what point did the leader of opposition business begin understudying Jamaica? At what point? Because Demil says unemployment rate amongst the youth, c'était 24. Et qui comme idésan, les équité office à 2021, it c'était 18.61% and it continued to decline and now it's 14.58. So the leader of government, of opposition business, stands over there and talk about the Jamaica statistics. But the Jamaica statistics were available when he was part of the government. Why didn't he mirror Jamaica then? Why didn't he attempt to find out why Jamaica's economy was going, youth economy or unemployment rate was going on that trajectory, for him to say, okay, let us bring everybody together like Jamaica did. Let's forget about the partisan lines like Jamaica did. Bring everybody together and let's work in the benefit of the youth of this country. The youth of this country. It's the same youth in the Department of Finance who couldn't do the budget, you know. They have no confidence, no regard for the youth of this country. It's like the youth of this country failed to be in existence for the opposition, Mr. Deputy President. So at every turn they get, they lambast the youth. You should see them on social media. You should see them on your radio and your TV talk about things like crime, because the statistics show that it's mostly young people involved in crime. So you can tell about crime because all they want to do is to label young people as bad, as pabo, as criminals. Mais les gouvernements me bail l'état bla bail jeune moun, jeune moun vérifié.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order. Yeah.
What's your point of order?
I don't mind the senator playing her politics, but when you're going to misquote and mischaracterize what we have said and what we mean, we have never labeled the young people in this country as bad. That needs to be taken off the record. The crime situation in this country is an unfortunate one, Mr. President, and our statements should not be characterized. What is bad, Mr. President, and what we have said is bad, is the government's lack of ability to contain the problem, and their mismanagement of the crime is bad. So, the Senator, please clarify that. We have never said young people are bad. Please. I have never said that. I didn't quote Jamaica's youth unemployment numbers. I quote Jamaica's overall unemployment numbers, which stands...
That's not just now. You have one point of order at a time, please. So you wish to raise or take issue with the fact that she said that you or members of your party have said that the youth are bad. Yeah. Okay, so let's deal with that.
That's one.
Sorry, unless you have very specific quotes that you wish to make, I would ask you to withdraw the particular statement.
Mr. Deputy President, I did not say what the member opposite is saying. I said, what I said is that they talk about crime all the time. I'm saying that the statistics show that it's a lot of young people involved in criminal activity. I am saying that based on that, it looks like they're perpetuating that thing about crime. I never said they said it was young people. That's not what I said.
No, you did go on to say that they are focusing on those statistics because they wish to say that young people are bad.
But I never said I didn't say they said it.
Just withdraw the statement and you can move on.
Oh, fair enough. I stand by it, but I didn't say I said it. But if you wish me to withdraw, I will withdraw.
Thank you.
Calm the contention, I will withdraw.
That's class.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
other one, Mr. President, and I'm sorry for interrupting the Senator's presentation. The Senator stated that I said Jamaica's youth unemployment rate is 14 point whatever. I didn't say that. I said Jamaica's overall unemployment rate is at 4 point something, right? It's either 4.8 or 4.5, one of those numbers. So I just want to, that's more of a clarification rather than a point of order.
Well, if it's a clarification, she didn't have to yield. But in any case, I don't, from what I remember she said, she did say it was the overall rate was 14-something% in St. Lucia and mentioned Jamaica as well. She didn't focus on youth unemployment specifically.
Yeah, but Jamaica is 4 point.
Yes, for general. I think we all are both on the same page, actually.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I heard 14%.
Yes, St. Lucia's overall unemployment rate.
That's incorrect. It's St. Lucia's overall unemployment rate is 16.5%.
Continue, please, Senator.
Lower statistics.
The statistics I quoted with regards to Jamaica, I did not repeat what the member said. I said the member used Jamaica's rates. I used the youth employment rates of Jamaica. And I said that it had been trending downward for a couple years. And I gave the statistics for youth unemployment. I did not quote the member's numbers. I simply used the same country that he used to say that Jamaica's youth unemployment had been trending downwards. It trended downwards whilst you were in government. You should have understudied Jamaica and benchmarked Jamaica. That's what I said. Fair enough. Okay. So, Mr. Deputy President, you see they get testy when it's you interrupting them, but they feel the largesse to do it. We can both do it on both sides of the house. Mr. Deputy President, again, I'm saying that this government has continued to show a specific and strategic focus on the youth. And earlier in my previous presentation, I spoke of a member who sat as a government minister on in the current opposition, who sat as a government minister in the previous administration, who has taken a low blow at a youth who's going places in this country. And so I use that, Mr. Deputy President, to support my assertion that the opposition does not support youth in this country, Mr. Deputy President.
That's it.
They don't.
Wow.
Facts.
Mr. Deputy President,
Who's coming?
the leader of opposition business, and I thought, hey, finally today we're going to get the answers. Finally we're going to get the answers. When he cared enough to bring in the vaccine discussion into the youth economy motion, and I thought we were finally going someplace. So, but he's still doing deflection. So he's still pakai di ja pepe isala. Pour qui ça, yo bay l'argent, $7 million, he's still pakai di nou, pour qui ça yo fay money, yo fay la. Me a boza ikai di, you all have been there for 2 years, find the money. You know what image came into my head? The child who you constantly say, do not spill the drink, pick up your toys. But the child falls asleep at 8:30 avec tout toys la terre. So a besoin on pour passer there ti mama la et amasser tout toys like meilleur toy box la. Apparently this government now becomes the cleanup crew.
That's it.
The cleanup crew for the incompetence that happens. The cleanup crew for the unaccountability and the lack of transparency. Mr. Deputy President. Vous just bisect me. No, just when they who can define the rest. So why you give it away in the first place, Mr. Deputy President? That is what solutions want to know. Why did you feel obligated to give it away in that manner? Why you didn't follow the example of Barbados, who said, show me something before I give you my money?
Right.
No need. So no just buy golo. Bola place nou ye. Buy golo. Et se jou sa buy golo bola place.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy President, the leader of opposition business talked about a strong investment strategy in the South. Now I do not know which South, because I live in Beaufort North,
South.
which is part of the south of the country.
Yeah, I know.
And then I remember the beautiful renderings of so many islands that will connect us to Maria Island. But there are renderings to Selmoy Islands last. So the strong investment strategy in the south. And then we heard about the DSH. And on December 13th, 2019, people came out in the nice bandan and the flowery hat. And there was one race. One race on December 13th, 2019. But we never saw another race, Mr. Deputy President. But we talk about a strong investment strategy in the South. And you know something I've never said in public? I applied to be a, how you call it, to man the bets and the thing at the SH.
Really?
Yes, I did. Ahead of the December 13, 2019 race, yeah, I figured it was a means for me to make a little bit more money. So I applied. Yes, I did. I underwent the first training. I don't know what information they got, but I was never called again.
The doctrine.
So unfortunately, I never attended the race.
The philosophy.
But I was hoping that because it was a strong investment strategy in the South, that there would have been other activities happening there. But on a daily basis, I drive that road, and I keep telling the Prime Minister that we need to have a nice big event there, because it's a nice big space in this nice tents. And I saw the pictures some time ago of the gala or whatever it is that was held there. It's a nice event space, and so we probably need to find a way to utilize the space, make it usable. I heard some time ago that the workers were saying that some of the equipment or whatever it was had gone away, and they're not sure what's going to happen to them. A strong investment strategy in the south of the island. I raised that case, Mr. Deputy President. So, Mr. Deputy President, let me just focus a bit on the main aspects of the loan. Again, we see an interest rate of 0.5%, very unprecedented. We see a 2-year grace period. And again, we know where the money is going and what it's going to do because the evidence of that is already on the ground. It leaves us only to go to the young people and ask them about that, to ask them how they feel and what is going on. So again, I applaud this government for being able to negotiate concessionary financing or be able to find these loans with this concessionary financing and to be able to deliver to the people of St. Lucia, especially the young people of St. Lucia. And the one thing that continues to torment my mind is why is it that everybody else, especially regional organizations, are applauding this government for this novel idea of a youth economy, but many of them now want to copy it and inculcate it into their strategy, their economic strategy. But the people who are right here in St. Lucia, for cheap political points, are going to sit across the table and on my TV and in town hall meetings, all in my constituency. I really would have wished to see when they went into Viewfort North on Sunday. I hope it tormented them in their sleep to see the road that they did not finish because Viewfort North did not buy into the Belrose doctrine. That's what happened. So the road all have holes everywhere and they say, oh, the roads and the road networks are bad. But it was them. They neglected the infrastructure. And they talk about how many roads they built in Grozile and the little boy talking about, again, disrespect for the youth. The evidence is all around. So even when the leader of opposition business stands and tries to defend it, the evidence is there. The things they continue to say about the youth of this country who are making a difference in leadership positions, that is the evidence, Mr. Deputy President. And so, like every well-wishing St. Lucian, I look forward to the Youth Economy Agency continuing on its strategic path of assisting young people in St. Lucia to change their hobbies and their dreams into reality, Mr. Deputy President. And whilst they say 2 years, you're all still getting it off the ground in 2 years. The Youth Economy Agency was launched in March 2023. That's when it was launched. It was launched in March 2023, and I'm pretty sure the member opposite who shouted it across the table has traveled. If I am a plane, I just come and say, the plane taxis the runway before it lifts up, Mr. Deputy President. So they sit around there and say, it's just taking off. Yes, it's just taking off. But in taking off, 206 persons, young persons, have benefited. That's the average of 40-something a month in the 5 months, because it was launched in March 2023, but the first set of grants and loans were given in April 2023. And so on, and for 5 months, an average of 41 young persons have benefited. So imagine in the next 2.5 years, I'm not good at math, Mr. Deputy President, but imagine in the next 2.5 years, 41 a month, multiply by what? 48 plus 6 is how much? Let's do the math, Mr. Deputy President. How many individuals, how many young people, and I stress on young people, will benefit from that program, and the replica effect of them now employing another young person as their business grows and expands. With this, Mr. Deputy President, I want to thank you for the opportunity to show my support for this motion before us. I thank you.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. And before I go into the substantive part of my presentation, I would like to adopt what I may term the protocols already established in terms of the congratulations that have been extended to such as my very esteemed colleague, Senator Jawahir, on her recent election to this regional, I might even say hemispheric body. And I also want to extend my own support and appreciation for the teachers who have played such a formative, a helpful, commendable, deserving of lifetime appreciation teachers in my life. There have been many great ones. And to those of my colleagues here who have had experience as educators, for example, Independent Senator Aziz, even though he didn't teach me, he couldn't, he's far too young for that, but who just being an educator one day had such a profound impact on my family life in terms of one of my sons who encountered him, and he made such a big difference just because of that. So there are so many others. Even right here, I'm saying that there's one while he wasn't my educator, but I saw the value of him as being an educator. I also would like to acknowledge that we are into Moi Héritage Creole Heritage Month, which is a big thing for us, for our consciousness, for our identity, for our pride, our focus and purpose as a nation. So one of the things that we must not downplay or ever be ashamed of. And finally, let me just extend, in his absence, my good wishes for recovery to Senator Harold Stanislaus, who it was just say I heard is not very well, and also to the other gentleman who has served in the parliament. I knew him at the GIS also a long time ago. We called him Charlie. That's Mr. Chalmai. And I'm so sad to hear that now that he's along in years, for him to be having this kind of traumatic experience. We know when you're that age and you suffer things like broken pelvis and all of that. So I hope it's not it hasn't reached that bad situation, but that he will make a complete and speedy recovery. A good guy, a nice guy I've known for many, many years. And I have to say, as if anybody else, it especially hurts me to know that he's having this experience in what we may consider his twilight years. Not exactly for me to say. Mr. Deputy President, I rise in support of this resolution for the Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $6.276 million at $6,276,000 US from the Special Fund Resources of the Caribbean Development Bank's Special Development Fund to support the Youth Economy Project. I will try not to venture off into too many things that are unrelated, even though they may be relevant, but not go on too wide a berth of peripheral references and so on, and stick to it. And to make the point right from the outset, that when a government borrows from august, eminent, respected, established institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank, or for that matter the Saudi Fund for Development or the Kuwaiti Fund for Development, there is an absolute lot of due diligence that goes into it. And when they can offer any government a loan on such highly concessional terms as a virtually unheard of interest rate of 0.75%, it doesn't even go over 1%, 0.75%. And to give you terms which, when I do the calculation, somebody, if I'm wrong, do tell me, but if we're talking about 92 quarters and saying that a quarter is 3 months in a year, so we can multiply 92 by 3, and I think that would give us a total of 276 months. And when we add to that a grace period of 2 years, we're talking about 25 years, the total time that we have. It means that they have a lot of confidence in not just your ability to repay, it's a relatively small amount, but they have a lot of confidence in the purpose for which you are borrowing, the likelihood of its success, and returning whatever the parameters for development, because they are a development bank that they have in you. And with that said, let me just say that the fundamentals of this loan and the program which it seeks to support, the youth economy of project of St. Lucia, must be very strong. They must have a lot of credibility for the CDB to put its backing behind it, not just with the loan, but with the conditions that they're giving for that loan. And we have to tell ourselves we are doing something right. And this isn't the first time for today that we saw this highly concessional. The previous motion was mostly along the same lines, and that kind of confidence can only come when they have confidence in the fiscal management of your country. I was happy to hear my good friend, and I do mean my good friend, leader of opposition business, and I hope I don't make the mistake of calling him leader of government business. I'll try to make up for that little lapse and so on. Oh, how we would love to be back in that position. But I think he has his eyes. He has his eyes on other things. Nothing wrong, he said, with one government starting something and another one continuing it. Very, very happy to hear that coming from him. And we know the organization that he represents. I just wish that that advice would be followed consistently and be followed much closer to home, where the leader of opposition business is concerned. And I do hope that if we learn nothing else from today, we learn about the need for continuity in government and stop contemptuously Stop spitefully. Stop maliciously even discontinuing things which are for the beneficial interest of the people of St. Lucia, simply because you believe that if you continue it, you will be giving a feather in the cap to your opponents. We have to stop that. We have to see the country in a broader context, in a broader construct, in a nationalistic construct. To love the country whether or not we hold the reins of power and government or whether we don't. And stop thinking that we must unend others and that we must always show them to be bad by stopping things regardless of the benefit for the people. However, we must respect the fact that when a government is elected and has the confidence of the people, that it also has the right and the privilege to set policies and to chart directions consistent with what it believes are the people's confidence in it for electing it. We have to look at all the things that were allowed to lapse and which we are paying for. And it is very easy to analyze everything in the context of which government was in office when it happened. And the favorite phrase is, it happened under that government. There's always an under. If it's not on the back of people we had, it's under this government. So it happened while the government is in office, so it happened because. You know, when I was in, I think, elementary, high school at most and so on, there was something they taught you called post hoc, ergo propter hoc, which means that because this came after that, then this must have been caused because of that. You know, so something happens after this, so that means it happens because of this. It's a fallacy of reasoning. That doesn't mean that because something follows, that because the thunder came after the lightning, that the thunder is because of the lightning. They are the same thing, part of a thunderstorm, but light travels faster than sound, so you're going to see the lightning before you hear the thunder. But it is the same reaction that occurs in the clouds and the electrical whatever that causes both the thunder and the lightning. They actually occur simultaneously, but our perception of them lags because one travels much slower, the sound, than the light does. Nevertheless, let's look at what has happened to our police stations, to our fire stations, which the previous motion was about. I don't want to revisit it. But so many things, simple preventive maintenance, simple looking at the ventilation systems, simply making sure that what needed to be fixed and upgraded at a particular time would not escalate into the problems that we have with so many of these facilities, including the Passport and Immigration Office. A lot of the things that are there are issues that have been roiling for many years, but now when you find a government trying to deal with them, you make it look like that is the government that caused it. But I don't really want to go there. Here's what I want to ask. The question is, when will some of us come to have an expanded concept of economy and business, of employment and cost? When will we come to have it and don't realize that the models of economy and business that we reference so often in the heyday of the banana industry and in the heyday when you had this big importer who became the agent and distributor for something, and then they would sell to the small shops, and they had this fleet of goods vehicles, you know, the van commission, going in all the little communities and selling to people. You had some of them who were so powerful and revered in the country and so on. When will you understand that we're not saying that this has now become extinct? We're not saying it has now become outmoded or irrelevant. All we are saying is that the nature of business and economy has evolved, it has expanded, it has become diversified, so you're not going to get the same thing happening. This idea about the factory shells and the factories down at the Vieux-Fort Industrial Free Zone and Industrial Estate and so on, this is living in a time where those factories, the shells and so on, they're still useful, and I'm sure they're still being put to use, and they're still being. But the days when we used to have one big economic driver upon which just about everything else hung is no more. It's probably never going to be again. What we have and we are trying to develop even further is a more diversified economy. And a diversified economy means a decentralized economy. And a decentralized economy means a fragmented economy. Fragmented in the sense that rather than have one big industry of bananas and so on, where you see fields going for miles and miles, and on banana day you can't get anybody to do anything for you. Even teachers ask for day off from school because, you know, c'est jour fig, c'est jour qui peut fig. We're not saying we don't want bananas or there'll be no bananas. What we're saying is that now We don't have the vast monocrop that we had before. Even in agriculture, we have some people doing hydroponics. We have some people doing vegetables. We have some people doing fruits. We have some people doing horticulture and cut flowers and so on. And it is mixed up. Rather than having one sector of business right now, the information age of the internet and IT has so many people doing different things in information technology, in installation of this, in cell phone places, in internet cafes. My mind cannot even keep up with it. And this youth economy, to my mind, is seeking now to reach out not only from the non-traditional forms of business, but also to the non-traditional owners and managers and drivers of business, the young people, who often we did not think, we did not see that they had the capacity, that they had the drive, that they had the ability and the interest to be involved in those things, but which they are showing them. All it is saying is give them a little of hand-holding now. All it is saying is that no matter what the plans you have for economic development, and that's a problem I seem to find with the members opposite and the party that they represent, they seem to believe that unless something does not yield instantaneous maximum benefits, that it is not worth it. You've got to seed the soil. You've got to prime the pump. It's not going to do everything for you all at once. You have to develop it along the way, including and especially the young people. They have an idea for business. It's a good idea, and also the agency can serve as a bank for ideas that they can tap into. Why is it that so many people don't use the car park which is there? And when you look at the rates of what you have to pay for 2 hours in the car park, which probably is more than most of us need on average, when you're asked to pay $3 or $2 for an hour and so on, it's because of the practicality of it. Yes, you park in the car park at Conway, your vehicle is safe, you're in a good sheltered place and so on, but you still have to come out and you have to walk to town, you have to go and do your shopping, and you have how many plastic bags and so on, at the same time, your phone, whatever. If a young person or a set of young boys who otherwise might be doing any number of things come up with an idea to provide porter services, to come and say, look, you know, we can carry the bags for you, or I will carry the bags, or most of them or some of them for you, and you just have to pay me 50 cents or 25 cents for every kilogram or whatever of every pound and so on, and they have their little scale, and whether they're on the boulevard, other places, and so the lady who has parked her car and come out don't have to worry about having all those bags out. She'll carry them. She have a couple of young men who will at least carry some of them. The point is now you have a body that will encourage this, that will give them the know-how, that will give them the savvy of business plan, of business management, of organization, to make sure that they don't end up not having anything in their hand at the end of the day, that they have payment forms that they don't need to be carrying cash on them, and then become the targets of robbery and hold up by their own peers who are watching them either with jealousy or because they don't have anything. This is the kind of thing that we want to encourage in St. Lucia and elsewhere. It is called the entrepreneurial orientation. Many of us, we have ideas. Many of us, we have plans. Many of us, we have ambitions in us, but we don't have the know-how and we don't have the priming of our pumps and the seeding of our soils. Youth Economy Agency getting funding for it. We don't need to go all over the world like a friend of mine described me as going to Alaska and back and so on, but who in his own time, as I have said, goes to Antarctica and gets stuck there. We don't need to go all over the world. All we're talking about is enabling things in a systematic, organized, sustained way that they can move forward and gain valuable business experience, and they are contributing to the economy. The other point that I heard when listening to the contribution of my good friend on the other side, I always seem to be having a dissing of things that are with us all the time. If it's not the consolidated funds, people put in blows on as if consolidated fund has automatically become something that is spiteful and something despicable, a word to be spat out rather than spoken. The money disappears in the consolidated fund, and I'm wondering, how can money disappear in an account when it's my account and I have all my budget set of how I'm going to spend and extract? But that's how I'm going. Right now, all of a sudden, consultants and administrative expenses and administrative staff have become something despicable to be talked down and so on. What do you have that you don't need? Let's leave out the consultants, but administrative structure and administrative expenses, we need it all the time. Have you ever checked when you pay your insurance premiums, if you were to go like I do and ask the agent or whoever is the person who is selling the policy to me, Show me the breakdown of the cost of the premium that I pay, and you'll be surprised, especially for the first few months of when you take that life insurance or whatever, how much of it doesn't really go into the cost of underwriting the policy. So much of it goes into the agent's commissions. I think almost for the first 3 months or whatever, almost all of it goes into the commission for the agent. Then there's also the administrative cost, because the insurance company, either they own the building or they have to pay rent and so on. There is administrative cost. You go to the bank, take the loan, ask them to give you the breakdown, and you will see the difference between what is actually paying the loan back and what is going to all kinds of administrative costs. So I don't know why all of a sudden administrative costs and consultants have become something that is treated as if it is a great evil. We need consultants, and consultants need to work, and the work and the pay and the salaries that they give to consultants and to administrative staff and so on is money that is being pumped into the economy. These are the people who go and who build houses and rent them and so on. These are the people who go to the auto dealers who sometimes have said that they are struggling because of the used car business and so on. And when they go, they buy the SUV and so on. That is also part of the economic interchange of a country. What keeps it turning over? That's part of the engine that is being fueled. That is part of the pump that is being primed. So let us stop dissing and talking down about where rent is being paid and so on. Not all rent gonna go to Colony House, you know. Not all opportunities for training people in hospitality gonna go to institutions owned by people who are then ministers, now former ministers, whatever the name, HTTI or whatever it is and so on. Not all of it gonna go the same place. We must have consultants, and we have seen how bad it is when people try to bypass consultancy. The debacle at St. Jude is probably a fine example of people wanting to do things because they thought they could cut corners and they could preempt and circumvent the need for a framework of consultancy. The problem we're having in the Grozile Highway, especially the bottlenecks in the Rodney Bay area, we are being told that everything was set up with a foreign donor Kuwaiti fund. But what happened? Some people thought they could go and they could do it by bypassing consultancy and so on. Maybe what we're hearing now about money that was approved by a foreign bank for a project in St. Lucia being deposited directly into the account of a contractor without coming, as the law requires, to the consolidated fund. Perhaps it represented another instance or example of people wanting to bypass consultancy and to do things directly. Maybe some people tell themselves the money they pay in the consultants, they could just give it to me. It could just come to me as a finder's fee, as a commission, or whatever it is. I'm not making any accusations. I don't know. But that is the proper way to do things, so that when the disbursement is made, you can monitor, you can appraise, you can track what the contractor is doing. And you can say, okay, for this quarter, they have met so much of the deliverables, they have met 82% of the deliverables, so I can sign off on it that you pay them so much money, but they have not done so and so, they can roll it over into the next quarter, or some kind of example can be gotten. We don't need to make things all of a sudden sound that they are a horror story simply because we are not the ones at the wheel, at the helm anymore. And that is what I talk about, the continuity of government. Let us stop dissing things like administrative costs and consultancy fees just for their own sake. Yes, if you find they're exorbitant, if you find they're overblown, if you find they're overinflated and so on, by all means, you have to criticize it, you have to talk about it. Therefore, let me just move on to something else. We need to see things like health, security, skills acquisition and upskilling as part of the national wealth. You know, people say it's conservative. I hear things like the neoconservative thinking and the old style capitalist thinking and all those sorts of things. A tendency to regard things that if they don't bring in money, if you don't see money coming in from them, then naturally they shouldn't be given priority. And that kind of reasoning means that prisons, schools, or hospitals, you name them, you ain't seeing the dough coming in from them, so you don't give them too much attention. Police stations, yeah, we need, you know, the police. Why don't we come to realize that the wealth of a country is tied to the security of a country? Audits are being done on us all the time, even without us realizing it. Visitors coming to St. Lucia, the safety of the state is being gauged on what are the emergency response and healthcare services and all those support factors that are available in the country. You neglect St. Jude's or the health sector, or your ambulances are breaking down because your fire service is also your emergency responder who handle the EMS, emergency medical services and fire and so on. You do all of those things and right away you are hurting your country in many other ways. You have a good framework of health, of security, of enterprise, of all those kinds of things in your country. And you also have an economic development that is, if not being driven right now, it is being given the chance of future sustainability by training and preparing the next generation to carry the mantle, so that it is not always the same people and the same families who are the agents and distributors whose business model is to import things and to resell it to wholesalers, and then they become the powerful people in the country. We're not saying there's anything wrong with it. We're just saying we need to expand it. We need to diversify it, because that model of business, there's certain things that it just will never capture. And what you want to do in a diversified economy, to have as broad a capture as possible of all the opportunities that lie within your own, albeit tiny domestic space, but which are not being utilized because you do not have the people who are grounded and connected with them as you would like to be. Mr. Deputy President, the banana industry was awesome, you know. It was awesome. But the things we didn't know then that we know now, that for you to have an industry that was to make the kind of mark, that was to make the kind of impact, that was to make the kind of, moving of the needle for us, you needed vast acreages exceeding even our land space, far as the arable land availability. And there were the downsides to it. In doing so, to achieve that kind of acreage and the tonnages that we needed to justify buying space on a boat, the Giz boat that came and so on, and we have to pay them and so on. And later on we found out the horror story of what we had to pay and what we're paying for. We're paying for people's loans for the boat that they had taken. They were deducting money from us like we didn't know at all. But the point I'm making about it, we grew. We got, after the collapse, so-called, of the banana industry, to understand the environmental impact. We saw what was happening with our rivers. We hardly have any more. It's just little streams of a tiny amount of water. We saw the amount of tree crops that we had that we probably could have been making a fortune of, whether it was the cashew nut or the mango or the breadfruit that was cut down in order to clear the space and make way for the banana industry. We made mistakes. We didn't know there were mistakes at the time. Later on, we wondered why things like black sigatoka and Panama disease and so on, when they came, they could sweep through. Well, it's the same way, of when you have a pandemic and you have people bunched up close together and you don't have the isolation and all that we recognize the value of in the COVID-19 pandemic. The moment you have chickens or pigs or horses packed up together, disease spreads far more easily and far quicker, like wildfire among them. I'm making this point to say that these are things that we recognize about such industries that they talk about glowingly with memories of the past about the banana industry. That its very nature might have facilitated the spread of disease and decimation. So yes, now we are back at the stage where we can't have bananas, but we can have it in a more scientific, in a more knowledgeable, in a more compartmentalized way that doesn't need us to cut down every other thing in our... Rather, now we can tell young people that the cashew nuts and the mangoes and the breadfruits, you can go into agriculture and go into value-added secondary products and so on, that you can utilize those things and you can make money out of it. You can be successful in it while preserving your environment. And so that is why I'm very happy that not only has this government seen fit to establish the youth economy, but understands the need to seed the soil and to prime the pump. Business opportunities and encouraging the innovations of them is one of the greatest investments we can do in the potential and future wealth of our country. And our young people, we can talk about the crime, we can talk about all the shootings, which by all indications is the young people mostly who seem to be involved in it. But what alternatives are we offering them in terms of opportunities? What are we offering them in terms of the pride, the upstandingness of making a meaningful and discernible contribution to their country? And when the Caribbean Development Bank and others can step behind and approve this kind of funding on this kind of highly favorable concessional terms, it is because they recognize the value of what we are embarking on. Let it not be said that CDB and Kuwaiti Fund and all those people can see the good in the opportunities that are before us, can be giving us the funding on what seems to be almost a giveaway, 2 years grace period, 25 years to pay it at 0.75% interest and so on. When they can have this kind of confidence in us, we need to have a little bit more confidence in ourselves, even as we critique, even as we criticize, even as we even oppose some things, but to have a greater overarching sense of nationality, of national pride, of national development, and of support for the healthy things. That if ever tomorrow we inherit it, even though we were in opposition, that we can continue it. There may be things in it that need tweaking. There may be things in it that need, some improvement. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's perfect. It's like all this chatter we hear about the 2.5% health and security levy. Who says that it's going to be perfect? And you don't need to improve and tweak a little thing. All of the tweaking has gone on is to make sure that what you did not foresee at a certain point that you see it now, so you deal with it. Legislation and policy and so on are not about pride, They're not about thin skin and believing that, if something wrong is pointed out to you, it means that you're being condemned, so you have to push back and dig in your heels and don't do anything about it. Doubtless there are things about youth economy that the Prime Minister and those who support and work with him and advise him, including the donor agencies, that they will see and they will say, Prime Minister, Government of St. Lucia, your youth economy thing ain't too bad, but you need to do this. You need to do that. You need to add a special component. Agriculture is a differentiated sector. You need to add something there to differentiate it. Encouraging young people into tourism investments. You don't expect them to be able to build a hotel and so on. But at least if you can rescue some projects that seem to have gone to the dust, how can you involve young people? How can you expand, for example, to have the cooperatives to represent a certain category of shareholding and so on, and hence develop your credit union and cooperative sector? These are things that ideas that are just coming to my mind that we can do. But don't diss it because it has not sprung full grown all of a sudden and everything about it is not up to par. There is this thing I keep hearing all the time. It's not only when you do this. It's not only when you do that. Nobody ever spoke about only when you do this. That when you give a student a laptop, you solve every problem in learning. Nobody ever said that. It is about so many things being brought together and being made to work. That is the differentiated, decentralized, fragmented nature of business, economy, national development, youth development. There is no magic bullet that you can give to the young people that is going to solve all their problems of employment and opportunity and so on. But you have to start somewhere. You have to do some things. And you have to bring them all together and coordinate them. And I believe providing the funding, I mentioned it is a demonstration of confidence on the part of the funding agencies. I believe it is also a demonstration of confidence on the part of this country's Prime Minister and Minister of Finance that I believe so much in this thing that I have talked about, that I have preached, that I have promised, that I have implemented, that I am also prepared to commit and to stick our neck out to get the money to put where our mouth is, because we are sure that it will produce the results above and beyond even that which we had thought it would. And the response it is getting from the young people, we heard the amount who are coming forward to apply, the amount of disbursements that have been done in the short period that it has been there, just about 6 months. How much is being processed and turned over shows the enthusiasm for it as well. So it has the confidence of creditors, it has the confidence of the conceivers, the government, and it has the confidence and the enthusiasm of the people for whom it was meant. Mr. Deputy President, I want to thank you so very much for your indulgence, and I do hope that I have added something meaningful, which I will conclude by repeating how I started to say that I rose in full support of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I ask for a suspension of this House or Senate until 3:45.
Senators, the question is that this sitting of the Senate be suspended until 3:45. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Eh bien, nous venons au bout de session. Je ne sais pas exactement au bout de session, mais ça se sent là, on prend un petit pause puisque ça c'est le déjeuner. C'est mon ainsi pour aller pour un petit déjeuner. Mais durant la session aujourd'hui, ça qui est discuté, c'est pas des motions qui le gouvernement présenté, ça c'est comme nous étions mis en cahier constitué, côté c'est même parlementaire discuté mardi, côté gouvernement pour être l'argent, ça c'est en valeur 9 millions de dollars, plus que 9 millions de dollars pour assister, ça c'est service diffé, ça nous donne, ça c'est les pompiers. Achat équipement, toutes ces bagages-là, métier, ambulance, toutes différents bagages pour chaîne opération parler bien. Il était nécessaire pour péter l'agence là, pour aider et pour faire sécurité avec ça, faire service qui fait pays marcher bien. Et aussi, l'autre motion qui était point, c'était pour en valeur 6 millions de dollars, plus que 6 millions de dollars pour l'économie, supporter l'économie jeunesse qui permet nous ministre, j'ai parlé en pile là-dessus. C'est des fois, même Parlement, avec aussi façade, ça c'est Sénat là, et aussi façade opposition, parler à ce notion, ça là, en pile. Ou même, Virgil ici, et puis même, qui ça. Pour nous, avant de fermer, puis ça nous peut dire.
Yes, I mean, you gave a good recap in Creole of what transpired in the morning session of the Senate. As you said, it was a repeat of the motions and the bill that was tabled in the lower house. And the discussion primarily centered on the motion for the Minister of Finance to borrow monies which would go towards the fire service, the enhancement of services, the upgrading of the training facility and other fire stations around the island, and of course the other sum of money, a little over $6 million. Is it $6 million to go towards the Youth Economy Agency? And of course the usual debate. But just two things I wanted to note. In his presentation, the leader of government business, when he presented the motion for the authorization of the Prime Minister to upgrade to the fire to send to the fire service, he said that the monies would be used for a series of things, as I mentioned, in terms of upgrading of equipment, capacity building, etc. But he was saying that all of these concerns came from the fire servicemen themselves. They brought up those concerns. Yes, and what it was that they needed. And this loan would go specifically to address their concerns. And with the Youth Economy Agency, also the leader of government business, and of course he was supported by the members on his side, that it is really a confidence in the Prime Minister's vision for young people to turn their hobbies into businesses. Of course, we need to mention the contribution of the leader of opposition business, that is Mr. Dominic Fede. His contribution concerning the first motion as relates to the fire service. He commended the fire servicemen for their contribution to the country. But his objection, if it can be termed that, he was saying that they are not being paid properly, and he sort of used the occasion to advocate for an increase in salaries for the firemen, and he did say that the money would not solve all the problems. Of course, and not unexpectedly, this was countered strongly by members on the government side that said it was their government who paid civil servants, who gave in back pay, who gave the disbursements to teachers, the one-time disbursement to teachers, who paid back pay, and also who also incentivized public servants in so many areas. So as we said, the House is adjourned until the next hour, Michael.
Oui.
And we just encourage everyone to join us back here at 3:45 for the continuation of the Senate's proceedings.